Hey, my dear JEE warriors, welcome to the Vedantu JEE English channel with me, your Captain Shreyas. And today I have some amazing questions lined up for all of you in this particular mock test. And these questions are going to boost your score, boost your confidence, and also improve your chances to qualify for the JEE Advanced examination, because 90 percentile is usual cutoff for clearing JEE mains. So you need to target at least 90 percentile so that you qualify for your JEE Advanced examination. So my dear students, I have some really low input but high weightage, high output chapters which are going to be done today, and these are some amazing questions. And trust me on this, because I have been training kids for more than 11 years now, and I have myself cleared the JEE examination with almost full score in physics, and thousands of students have entered IITs and NITs under my guidance. So I know what it takes at the last moment. I know what you need to do at the last moment. So let's get ready. Nice to see you all. Sanjay, editing, Mithilesh, welcome, Yusuf, Jogendra, Deepika, Arvind, hello Kriti, hello Sheshant. I know you guys are all nervous, and there are some special updates coming up for all of you after the session is over. Okay, so stay tuned on the channel. So that's the reason why you should be subscribed and also smash the like button. Okay, because that's the only way YouTube understands that you are interested in JEE, or else it will disturb you, it will distract you. So make sure you are subscribed, make sure you have smashed the like button, and here comes the first question within no time. And do not forget to also check out the link in the description box for your buying PYQ books. In case you want to prepare for the second attempt or even for the first attempt, I think the deliveries happen within one day. The PYQ books by Vedantu, which has 46 sets of PCM papers for all of you with detailed solution without errors, designed by the experts, by the topper pod teachers, Ekalavya team. Make sure you check out the link which is there in the description box. Alright, here comes the first question on your screen now. The admit card should be released either by tonight or maximum tomorrow, don't worry. Metallic surface is illuminated by wavelength lambda, stopping potential this much. Now the wavelength incident changes, stopping potential changes. Was the threshold wavelength? Now we know the generic equation for photoelectric effect. It's the energy of the photon is work function plus the maximum kinetic energy. The energy of the photon is given by hc by lambda. The work function, I can write it as hc by lambda naught. This is threshold wavelength. And kinetic energy, I can write it as E into stopping potential, which in the first case is V naught. So this was your first case. Second time, in the first case, wavelength incident is lambda. Threshold wavelength, I assumed it as lambda naught. Stopping potential is V naught. In the second case, the incident wavelength is 2 lambda. Work function won't change. Stopping potential has become V naught by 4. Now I want to get rid of V naught because in the options only lambda is there. So I need to eliminate this. So here is what I will do. I will take this equation and multiply it by 4. I'll just multiply it by 4 because then EV naught will come on both sides and I can cancel it out. Okay, simultaneously. So if I multiply by 4, 4 by 2 is 2. So 2 hc by lambda is equal to 4 hc by lambda naught plus E times V naught. Now the moment I get this equation and this equation, observe these two equations, observe these two equations, observe these two equations, you will see EV naught is common. So just subtract both of them. So just basically subtract both the equations. This equation minus this equation will be 2 hc by lambda minus hc by lambda will be 4 hc by lambda naught, hc by lambda naught. So 4 hc by lambda naught minus hc by lambda naught. EV naught has cancelled out. EV naught has cancelled out. I'm just solving it simultaneously. 2 minus 1 is 1. So it will be hc by lambda is equal to 4 minus 1 is 3. So 3 hc by lambda naught. hc cancels. 1 by lambda is 3 by lambda naught. So rearranging it further, I'll get lambda naught as 3 times of lambda. Lambda naught as 3 times of lambda. That is option number A. Many students have marked it. Very good. You have opened up your account. You have got 4 marks. 4 marks in your kitty. Very good. Pat on your back. Proud of yourself. But be proud of yourself. And even I am proud of you. Very good, Prasant, Kriti. Awesomeness, Elang. Very good, Dr. SG, Sanjay. Very good, Madhulika. Awesomeness. Let's move on to the next one and keep marking yourself, because we are going to boost your score till at least 90 percentile. And those of you are thinking, sir, I will easily get 90 percentile. Good. Then you should be able to 100% solve all the questions which I am giving today. And after physics, you want to have chemistry by Nandini ma'am. Navamita ma'am could not join. We have an amazing chemistry teacher who herself has done lot of research in chemistry, and that is your, Nandini ma'am. And after that, you're going to have Namrata ma'am coming up discussing for maths. All right. So let's go to the next one. We have a Zener diode. We have a battery resistors. Question is, find the current through the Zener diode. Yep. Zener diode. Let's have a look at it. Everybody ready? Get up. So how do I solve these questions? First of all, whenever there is a Zener diode, the voltage across it is fixed in the reverse bias, in the breakdown voltage. You can see the applied voltage is more than the breakdown voltage. So it's in the breakdown region. So Zener diode in the breakdown region, in the reverse bias, it will maintain its voltage. So no matter what you do, the voltage across it will be always 5 volts. Will be always 5 volts. Then when we talk about the current, how it flows, this current, let's say I call it I. This current, let's say I call it as I. Whatever is coming out from this particular battery, whatever is coming out of this particular battery, that current will get divided into 2 parts. A part of the current will go here. A part of the current will go through this particular resistor, 1 kilo ohm, and the remaining part will go through the Zener diode, which is basically your I1. So I can call this current as, let's say, I2, this current as I. So I will be I1 plus I2 using Kirchhoff's current distribution law. Okay. Now think about it. I don't know I1, I don't even know I2. Oh, maybe I know I2. How? Because the voltage across this resistor is 5 volts. Voltage across that resistor is 5 volt. So using voltage is equal to current into resistance. 5 volt will be current, which is I2, into resistance, which is 1 kilo ohm, which is 10 to the power 3. So I2 will be 5 into 10 to the power minus 3 ampere, which is just 5 milliampere. That's I2. That is I2. But I don't know I1. I want to find I1. For that, I need to know I. How do I find I? Think like this. Think like this. Out of 10 volts, 5 volts was dropped over here. Out of 10 volts, this much, 5 volts was dropped across Zener diode. So naturally, the remaining voltage will be dropped here. The remaining voltage will be dropped here. And how much will that be? That would be obviously 5 volts. 10 minus 5. This is nothing but 10 minus 5 volts, which is nothing but your 5 volts. So again, using V is equal to IR, the voltage is 5, current I don't know, resistance is 500. So current will be 1 by 100th of an ampere, which is nothing but 10 milliamperes. Now using Kirchhoff's current law, this current I will be nothing but your this I1 plus I2. This I1 plus this I2, and I just want I1, so it will be I minus I2. It will be I minus I2. I is nothing but 10, I2 is nothing but 5. So 10 minus 5, which is 5 milliamperes. That's your I1, which is option, where is it? D. D for IIT Delhi. How many of you have written D for IIT Delhi? Very good, Mithilesh. Very good, Mahalakshmi. Awesomeness, awesomeness, Sanjay. Yep. Balaji, yes, we will be having for 2025 also. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What a brilliant question. These kind of questions have been repeated many times. High probability, high chances of these kind of Zener diode or diode based questions with current electricity coupled up in the JEE mains. 100% you should be able to solve it, and guaranteed marks will be there for you so that you clear JEE mains. This question, which is combined with errors as well as gravity, is also very high weightage, low input, because the chapters are very straightforward, concept is also easy, and easily you can get 4 marks in this question. What does it say? the radius of the earth shrinks, then mass is same, how much does the acceleration due to gravity change by? For solving this question, the knowledge that you need to have is what is the formula for acceleration due to gravity. And that formula is none other than acceleration due to gravity is gm by r square. Now notice what is changing. Notice what is changing. Mass is not changing, but radius is shrinking. So radius shrinks, denominator goes down, denominator decreases, the ratio will increase. So acceleration due to gravity should increase. This option number B is ruled out. This option number C is also ruled out. So either it is A or it is D. Did you understand how I eliminated it? Because answer should be increasing. So remains unchanged or decreases is ruled out. So whether it is 1% or 2%, that we can do by this logic of errors. Delta G by G, because if I take R square on the top, it will be raised to -2. So the modulus of the power is 2. Always take the mod power. The error formula says the relative error in G is constant, M is constant. Relative error in R into modulus of that power. So basically 2 times of delta R by R. So the error or the change in the radius is 1%, is nothing but 1%. So the change in the gravity percentage wise will be nothing but 2%. 2 into 1 is 2%. Hence you can see 2% is here. So it will be option number D. Understood, my dear students? You have to use the concept of errors with gravity. Okay. Always Reshma, my students, I will do everything and anything for all my students who are appearing for JEE. So you guys need me. So the next 10 days, I'm going to dedicate myself completely. Last 1-2 days, I was not well. So that's why I was not able to post one video. So I will just make sure that I will start posting up all the important videos, what to carry in the examination hall, what not to carry, how to dress up, and what are the things that you need to keep in mind before going to the exam. How should your paper attempting strategy be, and also a session on how to guess in the JEE. All these sessions are coming up immediately. Okay, so gear up. Next one, a particle is projected from the midpoint of the line joining two fixed particles, each of mass m. The separation between the particles is L, minimum speed with which the particle should go so that it escapes. Let's solve that. And by the way, please subscribe to the channel or else you will miss all the sessions which I talked about. So let's draw the diagram first. So there are two masses. Like this, and the separation between them is L, and there is another mass exactly at the midpoint like this, and I want to project it with some velocity. So this is basically L by 2. This is basically L by 2. So what happens is this mass eventually it goes to infinity. It goes to infinity. The reason is it has to escape. It has to escape. That's why I'm saying it's going to infinity. And for this to happen, what should be the speed? So this is a question based on completely energy conservation. This is a question completely based out of energy conservation. Always whenever you see escape velocity, most of the times concepts involved are energy conservation, okay, and very rarely you will have something else like, I don't know, a resolution of vectors or momentum conservation and all those things. If there is collision and all those things, then momentum conservation is there. Otherwise it is energy conservation. So the initial kinetic energy plus initial potential energy will be equal to the final kinetic energy plus the final potential energy. Now if you notice, initially the kinetic energy which it has is half mass into v square. Potential energy, it has this with this, this with this. I know m and m also have it, but that is not going to change anyway, because when these masses move, these masses are not moved at all. So I'm only interested the potential energy of this mass with this mass with this, not m and m mutually, because these two masses are not being moved, only this mass is being moved. Keep that in mind. So I'm only interested of m with m, which is minus gmm by L by 2, and m with m, again the same thing, so into 2. Did you understand why into 2? Because this mass with this mass with this, distance is L by 2. So gmm by r with negative sign and r below, which is L by 2. Finally, when it goes really far, it has very low speed, so the answer will be over here 0. So this will be 0, and when it is very, very far, the potential energy is also 0. So you can see we can bring this guy over here on the right hand side. So what I will get is half mv square will be equal to 2 into 2, because this 2 goes on the top, it will become 4, gmm by nothing but L. Mm cancels, 2 goes over here, so v square will be 4, or rather 2 into 4g small m divided by L. So taking root, v will be nothing but root of 4 is 2, so 2gm divided by L. So 2 root 2 g small m by L, that is option number D. How many of you wrote it? Oh, no. Many of you said A, some of you said C or A. Nope, that is not the correct answer. Be careful, guys. Be very careful in such questions. There are chances of silly mistake are there here. Many students put L instead of L by 2. Second silly mistake is many students forget to multiply by 2. Another silly mistake chance is many students forget the minus sign in gravity. So all these are places where you can do silly mistake. Sometimes even calculation mistake can happen while moving this 2 and 4, right? You might end up cancelling. Sometimes stupid mistakes happen. You cancel this 2 and this 2. These are called silly mistakes. It's not like you do not know it, but in the exam, you end up cancelling random things or end up doing some things which are not needed. Okay, so moving on to the next one. What is it? A man can swim at a speed of 5. He wants to cross the river at this much speed. River is moving at this much speed. The width of the river is given. He also, keeps himself at an angle of 30 degrees with the flow. The time taken by him to cross the river will be how much? Okay. Now, whenever you get river crossing problems, just imagine the situation. The width of the river is 1.5 kilometers. The swimmer is swimming like this with a speed of how much? 5 kilometers per hour. 5 kilometers per hour, making an angle 30 degrees. And the river is itself flowing with what speed? How much? 3 kilometers per hour. 3 kilometers per hour. Okay, no problem. Now, whenever question is on crossing, remember that horizontal or these speeds along the river do not matter. They will not help you cross the river. What helps you cross the river, understand, is this component. This component helps you to cross the river. Whereas this component helps you in the drifting in the river. This is for crossing, this is for moving ahead with the river. So only take that component which is going to be obviously 5 sine of 30. 5 sine component of 30. The drift will be 5 cos 30. So the time will be distance to cross upon the speed to cross, right? So the distance which he has to cross is 1.5 kilometers. The speed with which he will cross is 5 sine of 30. Now 1.5 is nothing but 3 by 2. 5 is as it is. Sine 30 is half. So 1 by 2. 2 goes on the top. This 2 cancels. So 3 by 5, which is 0.6 hours. 0.6 hours. Now, if you look at it, none of the options are matching. Some other answer is given. There is a deliberate reason why I made sure that none of the options are matching over here. This can happen with you in the examination hall and you will be scared. Sir, I solved everything properly, but none of the answers are matching. What does this mean? This is a bonus question. So I need to prepare you for everything. It's not like all the 10 to 12 shifts will have error-free paper. Expect the unexpected. Expect some mistake. So what will happen at this point of time? You will start redoing the question. Even if you redo the question, again you will get the answer as 0.6. None of the options will match. Some students will be like, sir, 0.6 is very close to 0.55. So the best way to mark it is 0.55 hours. But remember, even then it is not correct. This question will go as bonus. Understood? Understood, everyone with me? Okay? Everyone? All right. Very good. Let's move on to the next one coming up on your screen. An electric current of 16 amperes in the metal wire of cross-sectional area this much and length this much assuming 1 electron per atom, the drift speed is, yes, we have to choose option B, but it is not correct because 0.55 and 0.6, obviously there is a difference. Exactly we are getting 0.6, it's not like approximate like 0.58, 0.57. So that's the reason why that question would go as bonus, right? But yes, you will always mark the closest one, which is 0.55. Okay, I hope that was very, very clear. Right, then moving on to this particular question, what we need to do? We need to use the formula. Current is nothing but NVIDIA. Current is equal to NVIDIA. So the drift speed will be I by NEA. But the problem is area is given, current is given, N is not given. So in order to find N, what we need to do is understand N is nothing but the number of free electrons per unit volume. That is what it is. But there is one free electron per atom. So can I say it is number of atoms per unit volume? Is that right? So I can write it as N by V. N is number, V is volume. N is number, V is volume. Now I start thinking, what can I do? Density is given, atomic weight is given. Maybe there is something else which I need to do in this part. What do I need to do? Come on, think about it. What do I need to do? Think about it. Can I write number in terms of something else? How about writing this number as the number of moles that you have multiplied by the Avogadro number, the whole thing divided by V, the whole thing divided by me. Now the moles that you have is the mass of that solid upon the molecular weight, and this is Avogadro number and V comes as it is. Did you understand what did I do? Moles is the mass of the object which is present, or the element that is present, upon the molecular weight. Now mass by volume is nothing but density. So this is density into Avogadro's number divided by the molecular weight. Perfect. I can now substitute it over here. So it is nothing but rho times Na by molecular weight. So putting everything else as it is, which is E and A as it is, I have just substituted the value of N as rho Na by M. That's all. Is that clear? Now you just have to substitute all the values. There is no big deal over here. That molecular weight or atomic weight is 60 grams per mole. So convert it into kg, which is into 10 to the power minus 3. Current is nothing but 16. So put 16 over here. Divided by rho. Density is how much? 5 into 10 to the power 3. Avogadro number 6 into 10 to the power 23. Electron charge 1.6 10 to the power minus 19. And lastly into area, which is 10 to the power minus 6. Solve it. I'm pretty sure you're going to get the answer as 2 into 10 to the power minus 3. It's not that difficult to see why it will be 2 and nothing else. There is a method which I had given to many of my students where you can solve the problem within seconds without actually calculating this whole thing. Ignore the powers of 10, ignore the decimals, ignore the zeros. Ignore powers of 10, ignore zeros, ignore the decimals. If you notice, 16 and 16 will cancel, right? 16 cancels, gone, okay. 6 and 6 cancels, gone, okay. 1 by 5 is remaining, 1 by 5 is 0.2. So 2 into something will be there, 2 into power of 10 will be there, or some decimals will be there. So hence the answer will be 2 into something, which is 10 to the power minus 3. Understood? So that's how I know it will be 2 into 10 to the power minus 3. So you can eliminate the options like this. This is the elimination power of 10 and decimals and zeros. Very, very important technique. Yes, very good. Unique entrepreneur. Looks like you have been attending all my classes. How to think of it in the exam hall? Kirtivasan, that's the reason why you need to attempt these questions before only. You will not have time to think. There you will just remember, oh, I solved it like that. Oh, sir solved it like that. That should happen in the exam hall rather than you know how to do. If you are going into that loop for many questions, then it's a trouble. That's the reason, see many models of question. That's the reason why I'm coming over here. That's the reason why I'm taking up variety of sessions. Easy questions, hard questions, short questions, high weightage, low input, all kinds of sessions I'm taking. So it's for your benefit. Please attend all these things, okay? Let's move. An electron with some speed is moving in a field, okay? De Broglie wavelength is how much after some time if the original wavelength was h by mv naught. So my dear warriors, initially it had some velocity v naught, this mass and this charge which is E, right? I think it is E, yep, electron. So what will happen is it will accelerate, of course, it will accelerate, and that acceleration will be nothing but force by mass, which is nothing but charge into the field divided by the mass, charge by the field, charge into field divided by the mass. So after some time you will see it will have a new velocity v. This velocity v can be written down as u plus at. Using u plus at, it will be v naught plus, so I'll just put it over here like this, starting with u plus at. So therefore that will be nothing but v naught plus e by m into t. That's your final velocity after some time. That's your velocity after some time. But that's not the question. Question is, what is the wavelength after some time? So it will be h by mv. It will be h by mv, that velocity. So I'll just substitute h by mass into velocity. What is that velocity? V naught plus e by m into t. Okay. But you know what? Look at this. Lambda naught is h by mv naught. Lambda naught is h by mv naught. This is given to you. So from this, what is h? H is lambda naught m v naught. H is lambda naught into m into v naught, right? So substitute h as lambda naught m v naught. Lambda naught m v naught, and see what happens next. So this divided by m times v naught plus e by m into t. Now you can see m and m gets cancelled. I can divide numerator and denominator by v naught. So I will get it as lambda naught divided by v naught by v naught is 1 plus v naught by v naught is 1 plus, here I will have e t by m times, because I am dividing numerator and denominator by v naught, so by m v naught. So lambda naught by 1 plus e naught by m v naught, that is option D. That is option D. So it involved kinematic equations, it involved de Broglie wavelength. Two things were there. Yes, acceleration you had to find by the concept of electrostatics. So this is a standard question which has come many times in different ways. This pattern, this model, where you need to find out acceleration by force by mass, Newton's laws electrostatics concept. Force is charge into field. You have to use kinematic equations. You have to find de Broglie wavelength. Very, very common. You will say 100%. All students from all the shifts will come and tell me, sir, there was a question on de Broglie wavelength, there was a question on acceleration, there was a question on, something related to this modern physics part. Okay, so this part is done. Moving on to the next one. Trajectory based questions are also very common, and they are very simple, and they guaranteedly give you marks. Y is x minus x square by 10, maximum height attained is. So this is a parabola. This is a parabolic equation because this is a quadratic equation. This is a quadratic equation with negative coefficient of x square. So that's why it will be a parabola. It will be a parabola which is inverted u parabola. So if I have to draw it, I will show it like this. Right? This is how it will be. Everybody with me? Understood? The coefficient of x square is negative, so it is inverted parabola. So this is how it is essentially going. So at the maximum height, what happens? At the maximum height, what happens is the dy by dx will become 0. So at this point, can you see the slope is 0? So therefore, at max height, dy by dx is 0. So differentiate that. So dx by dx minus d by dx of x square by 20 is 0. So 1 minus 2x by 20 is 0. So x by 10 will be 1. So x will be, right, 10 meters. Just check this out. X will be 10 meters. Sorry, x, yeah, correct. Perfect. X will be 10 meters. Everybody with me? Everybody with me? We got x value. Now, once I get x value, that is not the question. The question is find the height. So now I got this is basically 10. I got this is basically 10. I want to know the height. I want to know the height. So, my dear warriors, height will be the y coordinate. So, put the value of x as 10. Put the value of x as 10 over here. So, it will be 10 minus 10 square by 20. So, 10 minus 100 by 20. 100 by 20 is nothing but 5. 10 minus 5 is basically 5 meters. So, height is 5 meters, which is option B for IIT Bombay. B for IIT Bombay. Very good. Excellent. Many of you have given the correct answer as B. Some of you gave the answer as A. That is wrong. Be little careful. Okay. So, this question is also very common. You will see many PYQs on equation of motion. Maybe sometimes it is not even quadratic. Maybe it is linear. Maybe it is biquadratic. Maybe it is cubic. But it might involve some derivative concept, some slope concept, all right, something like that. So expect these kind of questions, and many times it is based on parabola only. Energy state of doubly ionized lithium has same energy as the ground state of hydrogen. Common easy question for 90 percentile students. Come on, my dear students. Everybody who feels even I can get 99, solve this within 10 seconds. Solve this within 10 seconds. Very simple. The energy of lithium double plus is nothing but same as the energy of ground state hydrogen. Energy of ground state hydrogen. So this is in some nth state. This is in some nth state. We need to find that state. So the energy is given by minus 13.6 into z square by n square. Z for lithium is 3. So 3 square by n square. Ground state energy is minus 13.6. Minus 13.6 minus 13.6 cancels. So 3 square by n square is 1. So 3 square is n square. So n is 3. So n is 3. C for Captain Shreyas. How many of you wrote it? C for Captain Shreyas. Very good. So many of you have wrote it. Proud of all of you. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Very good. Madhulika, Mithilesh, Uchuk, Puchuk. Wow, what a name you have got. Uchuk and Puchuk. Srimuga, very good. Prasant, very good. Sanjay. All of you have guaranteedly got 90 percentile for sure. You should be proud of yourself. You are going to clear JEE Mains in the next coming few days. Very good, guys. Keep it up. Keep the flow going. Smash the like button. Hit the subscribe button too. Next question coming up on your screen. Vernier caliper. Usually questions on vernier caliper and screw gauge always look big. Remember that. Always. But they are lallu. It happens, no? Sometimes one very fat person will come. Very huge. You're like, oh my God, he's so strong. But he does not have power only. Even if he hits nothing, puss. A one small, thin looking person only can hit him, one punch, gone, flat. Okay? So this is like that. It looks huge, but it is actually very simple. Lallu it is. Okay. So look at this. There is some zero error also because the zero of the vernier lies to the right of the zero of the main scale. So there is a zero error involved. So how much is the zero error? How much is the zero error? So always use the main scale reading plus least count into vernier scale reading formula. The main scale reading, it's to the right of 0. So it is just 0. Least count is 0.1. Okay, it is in millimeters. Into vernier scale reading is the 6th division. Vernier scale coincides. So it is 6. So it is 0.6 of a millimeter. Very nice. Now let's try to figure out what is the actual reading that one is getting. Same thing, main scale reading plus the least count multiplied by the vernier scale reading. The main scale reading will be 3.2 centimeters because it is between them. It has crossed 3.2. Do not take 3.3. Take 3.2 centimeters. So it is 32 millimeters. That is what it is. Least count still 0.1 already given. Thank God, or else there is another challenge to find least count. That will become a slightly difficult question. And which division is coinciding? Fourth division. So over here 4, right? So what will this become? 32.4 millimeters. Now the final answer of that length. Okay, two jars are joined, you are measuring the diameter or whatever. So that will be the reading whatever you got, which is 32.4, and the zero error that you got, which is basically 0.6, either plus or minus. Now when to do plus, when to do minus? If the zero error is positive, then you will subtract it. If the zero error is negative, then you will add it. Understood? Now this is a positive zero error because it has crossed the zero mark. It was already showing something. So this value of 32.4 is factually incorrect because already it was showing 0.6. So whatever is ahead of 0.6 is the true value. So that's why you are going to subtract it, and that will make it 31.8 millimeters. 31.8 millimeters is 3.1 centimeters. 3.18 centimeters. How many of you got it? Very good. Awesomeness. Awesomeness. Everybody with me? Understood? Oh, clear? Oh? Everybody with me? Very nice. Let's move on to the next one coming up on your screen, and here it is. The equation of a circle is given by this. X square plus y square is a square, where a is the radius, and the equation is modified other than something to find the correct dimensions of a and b in the new equation. So, my dear students, many people think that, sir, this is the equation of circle, change of origin kind of a question. So, it's going to be a little difficult. I don't know conic sections. I am telling you, even if you don't know conic sections, even if you don't know what a circle is, you still can solve this question. Yes, you still can solve this question. Thank you, Luxury Hitler, for trending that WP. All the warrior pandus out there. Thank you so much. What you need to understand in this question is that the rule of dimensions is whenever you add or subtract, similar dimensions add or subtract with similar dimensions. Like I can say 5 kg plus 2 kg. I cannot say 5 kg plus 2 meters. Orange plus orange, okay. Orange plus apple, not okay. So whenever you see subtraction addition, understand the dimensions will be same. So the dimension of x must be same as the dimension of AT. Same way, I can also say the dimension of y will be same as the dimension of t by b. That's how it is. Is that clear? Everybody? Whenever you add and subtract, that's the principle of homogeneity. Now, by the way, this question I am taking it from JEE 2023. You can use this book. This book has all the 46 papers with detailed solutions. Please keep that in mind. There are detailed solutions. I have just taken this particular question from this book because this was very repeated. I was seeing through all the papers, and this kind of question was very popular in the last 2 years. So use this book in case you have not been using it, right? All right. So moving ahead, what is the dimension of x? It's the dimension of length. Great. This is A. Now many students have made this mistake. They wrote T over here. That is wrong. Because read the question carefully. That is why I am making you do this question. The dimension of T is already given as T minus 1. That is the most common mistake which many students did. In a hurry-burry, you just think it is something, but the symbol is not the usual symbol. It is not time. It is something else only. It is t raised to minus 1. So you need to be very careful with such things. So the dimension of A will be the dimension of length. This goes on the other side. It will become t raised to 1. L t raised to 1. So basically it is L raised to 1 t raised to 1. That is what it is. L raised to 1 t raised to 1. I think it is there only in this particular option. I don't even have to waste time for this one. You can directly mark it as C. Yep, it is correct. But for surety, and maybe the options might not be always in your favor, so that's why we'll solve it. So dimension of y is length. Dimension of t already mentioned as t raised to minus 1. t raised to minus 1. This is by dimension of B. So the dimension of B will be, this goes on the top, L comes below. So it will be L raised to minus 1, t raised to minus 1. So L raised to minus 1, t raised to minus 1. Perfectly matching. Perfectly matching. Understood? So what is this problem telling you? Don't just assume that whatever you read is whatever is given in the question. Okay? Whatever you read before or whatever you think before is actually what the symbol means or what the data is. They can change the formula only. They can change the variable only and then they can give you the question. Okay? Shall we go ahead to the next one coming up on your screen? Let's see. This is also another easy question. Two batteries are given, internal resistance are given, connected as shown are given. What is the voltmeter reading? Okay. Voltmeter, ideal voltmeter, how much resistance does it have? Infinite resistance. So basically, it's like an open circuit. And can you also notice both these batteries are actually in parallel. Both these batteries are actually in parallel. And you can convert both these batteries into one single battery with some internal resistance. And what you are trying to do over here is you are trying to measure the open circuit voltage. Open circuit voltage. And always remember, when a battery's terminals are not conducting, that means there is no current flowing in or out, then the open circuit voltage is always the EMF. So the open circuit voltage is always the EMF, of the battery. In this case, it will be EP. Always remember that. So that is the concept used over here. Rest all, the formula is simple. EP is nothing but this formula, E1 by R1 plus E2 by R2 upon 1 by R1 plus 1 by R2. This is for parallel. For series, you just add E1 plus E2 plus E3. For parallel, it is E1 by R1 plus E2 by R2 by 1 by R1 plus 1 by R2. So what is E1 over here? It is 18. So 18 by 2 plus 12 by 1. 12 by 1. Whole thing divided by 1 by 2 plus 1 by 1. So this will be 9 plus 12. 9 plus 12, which is 21, divided by half plus 1, which is 3 by 2. So 3 and then 2 goes on the top. 21 by 3 is 7. So this is 14 volts. So answer is 14 volts. C for Captain Shreyas. Yes, it is. Understood? So you should know two concepts here. One is open circuit voltage is the EMF. Second part is you should be able to identify both these batteries are in parallel. I can combine them using one formula, which is this one. So if you know that, it becomes a very straightforward question. Very good, Prasant. Yes, the answer is C. Very good, Ratnesh. Very good, Lakshuri, Hitler, Srimuga. Yes, very good, Banot. Very good, Malika. Very good, Prabhasiva. Very good, Sanjay. Awesome. Moving on. Two particles X and Y having equal charges accelerate. See, I told you, right? Acceleration questions are very common. Same voltage. They enter. Wow. Sometimes they also enter magnetic field, and when they enter magnetic field, what happens? They go in circle. They go in circular paths, and there is some radius formula. Question is the ratio of the masses. How much if R1 and R2 are the radius? All the options are in the radius terms only. So first thing for ratio questions is derive a formula, get a formula, then divide in the end. Don't do R1 by R2 is equal to. I don't know what is R1 and what is R2. So start with the basics. So the radius formula inside a magnetic field. So when it enters a uniform magnetic field, it goes into a circular path. That radius is given by M times V divided by Q into B. Now for the first part, when it is basically accelerated through the voltage difference, the kinetic energy half mv square will be the charge into the voltage, difference, which is delta V. So rearranging this, I will get V is equal to root of 2q delta V divided by the mass. How about putting it over here? So I will have root of 2 times q times delta V divided by mass over here, and the remaining things as it is, m by qb right over here, that is your radius. So now what will happen next? Now what will happen next? Mass, root cancels. So mass will be on the top. Q root cancels. Q will be there at the bottom. So I'll just be left with 1 by B times of root of 2 is there. Mass will be there on the top. Delta V will be there as it is. Root Q cancels. So Q will be there below. Did you understand how this happened? Root M cancelled. Root M remained. Root Q cancelled. Root Q remained below. That's what it is. So now if you notice, B is the same, delta V is the same, charge is the same, 2 is the constant. So therefore, when I do R1 by R2, B is same, 2 is same, delta V is same, Q is same, will be nothing but, since R is proportional to M, root of M1 by root of M2, squaring both sides, R1 by R2 whole square will be nothing but M1 by M2. That's what is asked. What is the ratio of the mass? R1 by R2 whole square. That's the answer. R1 by R2 whole square. Isn't this fascinating, the way of solving this? Very good, Sanjay. Mithilesh, awesome. Snigdha, very good. IT Delhi, yes, Prasant, that's the one. No, it's not option C, Srimuga. Be little careful. See, somewhere you might have made the mistake. You took root. I think you got it exactly opposite. I think you found R1 by R2 is root M1 by M2. No, M1 by M2 is how much? So this happens in a hurry, happens. So be aware of these things. Be aware of your surroundings. Be aware of your, what is happening in the question, what is asked, what are the options, what are you doing, where are you doing, how the rough work is. Be aware, okay, so that you will avoid silly mistakes. Next one. Two rods made of the same metal having the same area are this and this length, temperature between the first rod, this and this, other rod, this and this. Who will have more heat rate flow of conduction? Okay. There are many sessions planned for JEE Advanced. Hold on for that. Okay, first concentrate on JEE Mains. Clear 90 percentile, get 99 percentile, get 98 percentile. Make sure you are in the league. Then we will talk about JEE Advanced. Okay. So now your focus should be only on JEE Mains. Don't focus on JEE Advanced. So starting off with the first one. In general, the formula is the heat flow rate dQ by dt. If I call it as the heat flow rate dQ by dt, it will be thermal conductivity into area into difference of the temperatures upon the length. So R1 by R2, because materials are the same and same area of cross section, K and A are same, so it will be nothing but delta T1 by delta T2. Here it will be L2 by L1. So let's see what this will be. First temperature difference will be 90 minus 60. So this will be 90 minus 60. The second temperature difference will be 150 minus 110. What about the lengths? Length 1 is 0.6, length 2 is 0.8. So this is 0.6, this is basically 0.8. So what will this be? 90 minus 60 is 30. 150 minus 110 is basically 40 into 0.8 by 0.6. Come on, my dear students, this is very obvious now. So this is 3 by 4 into 8 by 6. Isn't this obvious? 3 and 6 goes 2, 4 and 8 becomes 2. So this will be 2 by 2, which is 1 by 1. That means R1 is equal to R2. That's what I get. So it is same for both. It should be same for both. Yes, that's the correct answer. How many of you wrote C? Very good, Ranjita, Mithilesh, Snigdha. Congratulations, my dear students. Moving on to the next question coming up on your screen now. Figure below shows a beam of light which is converging at this point. When a concave lens of focal length is introduced in the path, so when this light is converging and introducing a concave lens at point O as shown by the dotted line. Okay, so if you are getting confused, let me show. This is your concave lens. This one over here, this one over here, this is your concave lens. So the beam will now converge at which point? Obviously, because of the concave lens, the rays will refract, it will go away from the normal, and you will see that maybe they converge somewhere else only. Maybe they might converge somewhere else only, right? This point over here. Question is, where do they converge? That's the question. Where do they converge? Where do they converge? Okay, so let's try to figure this out. So first of all understand this is the point where the image will be and where the rays are trying to meet, basically trying to meet, which is this point. This will be the object. In fact, it is a virtual object. Right? The rays are trying to meet at a point in ahead of the lens, but they don't meet them over there because the lens will refract them and the rays end up meeting somewhere else where they actually meet. That's where the image is, and that image will be a real image because the rays actually end up meeting over there. Is that right, everybody? So this is exactly what we have to find. This is basically x. How much is this x? Let's start with our lens formula. 1 by v minus 1 by u is equal to 1 by f. V I don't know. It is basically x. Correct? U, object distance, it's not negative, it is positive. It is plus 12. It is basically plus 12. How many of you got this? Why object distance is positive? Because the rays of light are going this way, so that means this side will be positive side. So this is the positive side, this is the negative side, this is the origin using Cartesian coordinates. Focal length, it's a concave lens, so it will be minus 16. Take it on the other side. 1 by x will be 1 by 12 minus 1 by 16. The LCM of them is 48. 12 goes with 48 3 times, and this goes with 48, 3 times, 4 times, and this goes with this 3 times. So it will be 1 by 48. So x will be 48 centimeters because this was 1 by x, do not forget. So x will be 48 centimeters. What a brilliant question, isn't it? How many of you loved this? Awesome. Very good. Awesome. Nice to see. Sir, we are able to get 95 percentile. Madhulika, I would be very happy, but I want you to push your 95 percentile to at least 98. If you are getting 95 as per your analysis, you should push yourself to 98 in this attempt, so that if you get even 97 point something, or even by chance let's say you get 98, next attempt you will have so much of confidence that you will easily get 99.5 or 99.2 or 99.3, something like that. So push yourself as much as you can, given your 100%. Don't think it is not possible. Try. If you are getting 90, push yourself for 94, 95. If you are getting 80, 85, 70, 100%, even in the last few days you can get above 90 percentile. Okay. 2 point charges located. Find the location where the field due to both of them is 0. Common question. Electrostatics. Common question on electrostatics, where the potential is negative, potential is positive, potential is 0, potential at this point is how much, electric field at this point is how much. Standard question. Here there are 2 charges. One is how much? It is basically 8q, and at a distance of L, you have another charge. What is it? Minus 2q, and we are taking this as our x-axis. So this is our origin, this point over here. This point over here is our origin. Somewhere on the x-axis, the field due to both of them will be 0. Let's assume the point is over here. This is the point where the electric field is 0. So this distance is basically x, and this distance is basically x minus L. This is x minus L is this much distance. Why do I need that? I need the distance from this charge and this charge. Why? Because this 8q will give an electric field here, electric field by 8q. The 2q will give an attractive field here, electric field by minus 2q. Both of them will cancel. both of them will cancel. So the magnitude of the electric field by minus 2q should cancel out the magnitude of the electric field by 8q. That's when you get the total field as 0. Understood? What are they doing? They are cancelling out each other. One is this way, the other one is the other way. They are cancelling out each other. So what is electric field due to? This minus 2q charge. It is k into q, which is 2q. I am taking modulus, remember that, by r square, that means x minus l whole square. Here it will be k into 8q divided by, what is the distance? It's x, so x square. K, q cancels. In fact, 2 and 8 also cancels, becomes 4. So 1 by x minus l whole square will be 4 by x square. Take roots on both sides. Take roots on both sides. I'll get 1 by x minus l is 2 by x. Rearrange. X will be equal to 2 times of x minus l. So bring x over here. Take 2l on the other side. So 2l will be 2x minus x is x. So x is 2l. That is option A. Question asked was, what is the location of the point? So we had to find the x coordinate. What a simple question. But chances of silly mistake in this is very, very high. Let me tell you that. Don't take it very lightly. There are many chances of making many silly mistakes. Now maybe it looks simple when I do it, or maybe you're like, "Ha sir, what is this?" But trust me, when you actually end up doing the problem in the exam hall, many chances of making many silly mistakes. So be careful. Optical path of a light is same when it goes through glass or water. What is the refractive index of water? There is a formula for optical path. Optical path. The formula is nothing but refractive index multiplied by the actual path. Multiplied by the actual path of the light traveling in it. Here, since there are two things and they both have the same optical path, so mu1 L1 will be mu2 L2. That's all. So mu1 for glass is 1.53. Length 1 is how much? It is 4. Mu2 is I don't know. In fact, that's what I have to find. Length 2 is 4.5. So mu2 will be, bring this 4.5 over here and shift the decimal. So it will be 15.3 divided by 45 into 4. That's it. That's it. Solve this and I think you should get the answer as 1.36 approximately. Right? So you should get the answer as 1.36 solving. Is that clear? So you should know this formula. If you don't know, then you will be struggling over there. Was it L by mu or mu by L? Was it mu minus 1 into L? All those things, if it happens, confusion, then you will be stuck. If you know it, it is very straightforward question. Cool. Let's move ahead to the next one. Very good. Many of you answered the correct one. Moving on. This is the equation of a displacement of a particle in a medium as given by this, where t is in seconds, x is in meter. What is the speed of the wave? Come on guys, this is a wave speed equation. Sorry, wave equation. Finding wave speed is very simple because y is a sine omega t plus kx plus phi. That's the general equation. You can also have minus, that's okay. I'm just writing so that you find the resemblance. Solving, you can see that omega is nothing but 100, k is nothing but 20, and wave speed is always omega by k. So it is basically 100 by 20, which is 5 meters per second. So answer is 5 meters per second. Where is it? D for IT Delhi. I should be seeing some spam. Let's see whether you guys are spamming. Very good, Anugna. Very good, Snigdha, Sanjay. Very nice. Sir, is it necessary to write equations also in our notes? Ideally it should not be there in your these notes on this particular thing, but your notes which you are using it regularly, right? The short notes, yes, your equations must be there. Your wave equation, your standing wave equation, trajectory equation, all these equations definitely must be there. And the different forms, like the for example, the equation of trajectory of a projectile has two forms. One is y is x tan theta in minus half gx square by u square cos square theta. Other form is x tan theta whole brackets 1 minus x by range. Both the forms should be there. because questions have come on both the forms. Questions will come on both the forms, so that's why everything is very important, guys. Okay, I hope I have answered the question. Moving on to the next one. Particle is executing SHM. Amplitude 5, when the particle is at 4, then the magnitude of velocity is equal to the acceleration. The periodic time is, what is given? What is equal? Velocity is equal to the acceleration, magnitude wise or value wise. Nothing is mentioned about the time, but everything is about x, position, amplitude. So there are two ways of writing velocity and acceleration. One is in terms of time, the other is in terms of position, and I think I will need the second one. V is nothing but omega root a square minus x square, and acceleration magnitude wise is omega square x, if you remember, right? That's the formula. So let's just substitute the values. First of all, let me cancel omega from both sides, only one omega will remain, and I can actually square it also. So a square minus x square will be omega square x square. So what is this? Amplitude 5, x is 4, is equal to omega square. I think I don't even need to square then. Let it be as it is. Why do you want to square it? Let it be as it is equal to omega x only. So amplitude is 5, x is 4, is equal to omega multiplied by 4. 5 square 25, 4 square 16, 25 minus 16 is nothing but 9, is 4 omega. Root 9 is nothing but 3. So omega will be nothing but 3 by 4. But omega is 2 pi by time period. So that is 3 by 4. So time period will be 2 pi multiplied by 4 by 3. So time period will be 8 pi by 3. So that is the answer. 8 pi by 3, which is option A. Option A. Very good, Janvi. Nice to see that. Awesomeness. Proud of all of you. Keep it up. Arvind, I have already given the handwritten notes in a session. If you see, there is one session. I don't know whether you have seen that. In the description box, there is a link for getting that handwritten notes. So as you are a part of this channel, make sure first of all you hit the subscribe button. Go down a little bit. Where did I give it? Yes. Handwritten notes, complete physics, toppers gift. For becoming toppers, this is your gift. So go down in the description box, you will see experimental physics, the newly added chapter, complete notes are here. Formula revision PDF, that is also here. The complete formulas of physics 11th and 12th, it is there right over here. If you want to watch the lecture of complete formula revision, then you can watch it over here. This is the one, complete formula revision. Okay, entire 11th and 12th physics formula is there right over here. Okay, so you can watch me take it for 7 hours, close to 7 hours I have taken that class. So you can watch that class. All right, cool. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead to the next one coming up on your screen. What does it say? There is some gas following this rule in an adiabatic process. Initial temperature is given, it is compressed to half the volume. The final temperature will be how much? That's the question. Ready? Okay. No, don't write these questions in your notes. Just solve them. Just solve them in your rough books. That's more than enough. You will be getting the PDF after some time in the Telegram group. Okay, there will be a link. Click that link. If you have not entered your login ID or password, then you will not be able to open up. Create your free account on Vedantu and then you'll be able to open up. So comparing this with PV raised to gamma is constant for your adiabatic process. Can you see gamma is basically 3 by 2? And because the final setup says temperature compressed, so temperature and volume is involved. So there is one more relationship. TV raised to gamma minus 1 is constant. TV raised to gamma minus 1. So T V gamma is 3 by 2 minus 1 is a constant. So basically T 3 by 2 minus 1 is half. So it is basically root V is basically a constant. So now substitute the values. Initial temperature T, initial volume V. Final temperature I don't know. Final volume, because it is given compressed to half, so it is V by 2. Root V cancels, so it will become nothing but T1 and only 1 by root 2 will be here. So T1 will be T root 2. T root 2 is there as option number A. As option number A. Very good. Awesomeness. Mahalakshmi, awesome. You got it. Moving on to the next one coming up on your screen. In the circuit shown, the RMS current is 11 amperes. Potential difference across the inductor is V, then V by 100. So usually in numerical integer type, they might transform the final answer as the sum of the digits is how much, or this into this is this, then what is this. So those kind of variations might come. Question is, find the voltage across the inductor. Okay, now let's see. I have been given the total voltage. I don't know the current also. Let me, oh no, I know the current. The current is this much. Current is the total voltage divided by the total impedance. Current is 11. Total voltage is 220. Let me try to find the impedance first. So if I try to find the impedance, 220 divided by 11, 220 divided by 11, it will be just nothing but 20 ohms. Impedance is 20 ohms and resistance is also 20 ohms. That means Z is equal to R, and this only happens in a very special case, and that is none other than resonance. Only then this happens. Otherwise Z is R square plus XL minus XC whole square, whole thing under the root. So this means voltage across the inductor is voltage across the capacitor. Across the capacitor, it is 200 volts. So voltage across the inductor is 200 volts. So how much will be V by 100? How much will be voltage across the inductor by 100? It is 200 by 100. So the answer must be the number 2. Yes, the answer is number 2. You can see that right over here. Isn't that amazing, guys? Very good. Thank you, Arjun. Thank you so much. Love you, my dear kid, my dear kids. Thank you for all the love from Kerala. I know a lot of students from Kerala watch this channel because I have been seeing the analytics. We get to know from which city you are in general, and a lot of students from Kerala, from South Karnataka also, North Karnataka also. A lot of students from Tamil Nadu, Andhra. Many students are there from UAE, right? Arab nations who are watching this. Many students from Sri Lanka, Nepal. Many students from Assam, Manipur, West Bengal, even Maharashtra watch this. I'm so glad. Thank you so much for all the love. Moving on. A nucleus with mass number 242, binding energy this much, breaks into 2 fragments, each of mass 121. If the binding energy per nucleon of the fragment is this much, what is the Q value of the reaction? Thank you for all the love from Telangana. Thank you. Thank you. From AP too. Yes, of course. How can I forget? Yeah. So we have an atomic mass number 242. It breaks into 2 nuclei of mass 121. Each one of them had a nucleon per mega electron per nucleon energy as this was 7.6 mega electron volt per nucleon, and this one has how much? 8.1 mega electron volt per nucleon. Now understand, the total mega electron volt that it has is 7.6 into 242. This is per nucleon. There are 242 nuclear particles, so you multiply that with 242. Here 8.1 is per nuclear particle, so there are 121 such nuclear particles, but like that there are 2 such atoms, so into 2. Now understand, this is your reactant, this is your product, this is reactant, this is your product. So whenever you try to find the Q value of the reaction, you take the product, and then take the reactant and subtract their energies of binding energies. So basically it will be 8.1 into 121 into 2 minus this one, which is 7.6 into 242. Guess what? 121 into 2 is actually 242. So I can just write it as 242 and 8.1 minus 7.6. So this will be 242 into 8.1 minus 7.6 is basically 0.5. So it's half of that. So that is 121 mega electron volt. So that is the option, 121 answer. It's an integer type, numerical type question. So 121 mega electron volt. A very, very common question which you might get in the JEE examination. Yep. Ready for the next one? Ready for the next one? Awesome. I can see a lot of students bonding with each other with areas too. Sir, I am from Karimnagar. Sir, I am from Begumpet. Sir, I am from Sikandrabad. Sir, I am from High Tech City. Wow. Very good. Very good. Nice to see all of you bonding over there. I hope you guys meet also each other. A block of mass m is placed on a surface with some cross section given by the equation. Coefficient of friction is also given. Question is, what is the maximum height till which the particle can be placed? So, one second. This is the y-axis, this is the x-axis. This is the curve like that. And understand this, if you are placing the block somewhere and there is a maximum height at which you can place it, this height will be some y and this from here will be some x, correct? This from the base it will be some y and this from here will be some x. To find this y, I think I will need this x, and to find that also, what you might think is, it's as if on an inclined plane, it's as if on an inclined plane, this is like the tangent to it, and the tangent makes an angle, this makes an angle which is nothing but the angle of repose, angle of your repose, given by the symbol alpha, because if you go higher, then you are exceeding the angle of repose and the block will begin slipping. That's the concept of angle of repose. That's the concept of angle of repose. Is that right? Awesome. So can I say tan of alpha, the formula which was mu s, coefficient of static friction, and this tan alpha, this tan of this angle will be the slope of the tangent, will be nothing but the slope of the tangent to the curve, slope of the tangent to the curve. That means it will be just the derivative of this function which is x cube by 6. Derivative of this function which is x cube by 6, mu s is nothing but 0.5. So this will become 3x square by 6 is equal to 1 by 2. 2, 6 cancels, becomes 3, 3, 3 cancels. So x square is 1. Rather, I'll get x is equal to 1. I'll get x is equal to 1. From this, I can find y. Y will be x cube by 6. So 1 cube by 6, which is 1 by 6. That's the value of y. So if the maximum height at which the block can be placed without slipping is 2 by k, find k. They have not asked the height, they have asked what is that k value. So this, according to this particular equation, is 2 by k. So k will be 2 into 6, which is 12. So k value is 12. That is what you are going to mark. Don't get confused, sir. 1 by 6. How can I mark in numeric? Because the answer is only less than 1. So numeric answers will be like 1, 2, 3, 4. So how do I mark it? So they will always give some transformation, some manipulation will be there always. Right? Awesome. So guys, make sure that you're smashing the like button as you're watching this video, and you are going to share this video with all your friends. All the Telugu students, I want to share it with all your Telugu friends. All the Tamil students, share it with your Tamil friends. All the Maharashtra students, share it with your Marathi friends. Share all the Mallu students out here, share it with your Mallu friends. All the students from any city or any state or any country, please share it with your coaching center friends, with your school friends, with your cousins, with your any society friends whom you are preparing with. It's very, very important you talk about this particular channel, right? Moving on to the next question on your screen. In YDSC setup, how many maximas can be obtained so that, on both sides, that's it. Lambda is given, D is given. Whenever you get the question on finding how many maximas or minimas are there, always try to find this ratio lambda by D. I'm teaching you a trick, do not forget this trick, right? So lambda by D, okay? So lambda by D or D by lambda, one and the same thing. So it is nothing but 2000 divided by 7000. So it will be basically 2 by 7. So from this you will get D is 7 by 2 times of lambda, which is as good as saying 3.5 lambda. That is the first thing that you should get. That is the first thing that you should get. Now, the second trick is, after that, mark 0 mark 0 and start counting in multiples of lambda for maxima. Start counting in multiples of lambda for maxima. For minima, it will be 0.5 lambda, 1.5 lambda, 2.5 lambda, 3.5 lambda, like that. Start counting till you are below this value. The maximum value you can go is 3.5. So for maxima, I'm going to say 1 lambda will be there, 2 lambda will be there, 3 lambda will be there, 4 lambda, no, because it is exceeding 3.5 lambda. It is exceeding 3.5 lambda. Over here, this will be 1 lambda, this will be 2 lambda, this will be 3 lambda, 4 lambda will not be there. Don't put 4 lambda, it should be below that maximum value, which is 3.5 lambda. So these are all the maximas, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Count this, this is the central fringe. So the answer is 7. 3 on the top, 3 below, and the central one. So the answer is going to be 7. You can see that right over here. Okay, so that's the trick. Always find D is how many times lambda and start putting 1 lambda, 2 lambda, 3 lambda till you reach that value. It should be always less than that. Do not exceed 3.5 on both sides, because the spectrum, the fringes are formed on both upper and lower sides. Keep that in mind. Right? Shall we go ahead to the next one coming up on your screen? Okay, what is this? Wind power generator converts electrical to electrical. Sorry, wind to electrical. The generator converts a fixed fraction of the wind energy intercepted. Okay, the speed V is given. What is the power proportional to? Okay, I'll tell you what. There is some power which is given by the wind. That wind energy is converted into electrical energy. Okay, but only a fraction of the wind energy is converted into electrical energy. That means the electrical energy is some fraction of the power generated by the wind. This is some fraction. I don't know what that fraction is. Okay. Power is always force into velocity. Now, this force, understand, when these are your blades of the windmill or the turbine or whatever, the wind is going to come like this and going to hit you. The force which is impacted on the blades is called as the thrust force, and that thrust force by any fluid, any moving fluid on the wall or on the surface or on anything is given by rho area of cross section into V square. So that is your force. This is called as your thrust force. You should know this formula. Any liquid flowing through a pipe or through a cross section, when it stops or when it hits something, the force that it exerts is density of the liquid, area of the cross section into speed square. Speed square. So F rho A V cube. So can you see the power is proportional to V cube? So what will be your answer? It will be, the answer will be number 3. Because the question is proportional to V raised to N, then how much is N equal to? How much is N equal to? Answer is 3. Understood? So you had to know this formula, otherwise you will get stuck. What a brilliant question. Many students write the answer as 2. So we have completed a mock test of physics as of now, I guess. Yep. We have solved 20 almost questions of single type and 5, I think, numeric type. So now if you want to continue your journey, obviously please go ahead and check out the link which is there in the description box. There are 2 kinds of links, I hope, in the description box as we speak. Oh, don't worry. There is one more, there are 2 more papers which are going to be discussed right now in the same session. Don't go anywhere. Nandini ma'am is going to come and then Namrata ma'am is also going to come. Yeah, the session is not yet over. So as you're watching, make sure you check out this link, free test series. Just click on this. You will get mock tests at 0 rupees. You will get mock tests at 0 rupees. Watch this. Very, very important. Solve all the questions. And if you want to buy more tests, then you also have this particular JEE Mains test series for your first as well as your second attempt. You can use it. There are 17 tests designed by experts, and this is available for just 999 rupees. It comes with solutions. It is going to come with rank prediction and so much more. So make use of these tests, right? So now it's time for, I think, Nandini ma'am and then Namrata ma'am who are going to come and take care of chemistry and then mathematics. And every student who is going to watch the session till the end, I want you to put this up. 90 possible now. 90 possible now. I want to see this in the comments, and please do not forget to smash the like and the subscribe. Okay, chalo, I'll be getting the ma'ams now. Bye bye, have a great time, love you all, see you tomorrow for the difficult questions also. Bye bye.
Right, Vedantu J English. All right, am I live? Am I live? Am I live? Give me a moment, actually, give me a moment. I'm live, but give me a moment. I'll be back. I need to figure out some technical issue. If that is done, how to connect pen tab?
Yeah. Put it inside. Huh? Show me. Give it to me. Kind of like this. Hmm. Try writing.
All right. Okay. Cool. All right, I guess I've resolved the technical issue now. I am live. Welcome to yet another power packed session. So we'll start with mathematics portion. I'm so sorry about the delay. Okay, so the very first question is from the high weighted chapter from the algebra, which is binomial theorem, which says, let t denotes the greatest integer function. If the constant term in the expansion of this is alpha, then we need to figure out GIF of alpha, right? Let's just start solving it. Okay, all right. So let's start solving it. Okay. So first of all, the constant term, we are looking for the constant term. So for that, I need to write TR plus 1, that is general term, which is what? 7CR in this case. 3x square raised to power 7 minus R minus 1 upon 2x raised to power 5 raised to power R. Right? That's how we write general term. Right? Now, we are looking for the constant term. That means we are looking for x raised to power 0. Correct? Yes. Okay, I'm not visible. Yeah. Am I visible now? Okay. Hmm. Am I in the frame now? Are you guys able to see me? Please, somebody, please confirm that you are able to see me, you are able to hear me, right? I'm audible. Am I audible? Am I in the frame now? Are you guys able to see me? Somebody please confirm that you are able to. Audio, I guess, clear. Out of frame. Okay. There is some lag over here. I guess I am visible now. All right. So this is our general term, right? We are looking for the constant term. So that would be what? X raised to power 14 minus. So 14 minus 2r minus 5r should be equal to 0. That means r is coming out as 2, right? R is coming out as 2. The moment I see r as 2, so that means I am looking for the third term. Third term will be the constant term. 7c2, 3 raised to power 7 minus 2 is what? 5, and minus 1 by 2 raised to power 2. So what would be the value? Can you please calculate this for me? 7 into 6 by 2. 3 raised to power 5 is 81 into 3. And this would be what? 2 ka square. So this is 2 and this is 3. 7 3s are 21 into 2, 43 upon 4. Right? And what we are looking, this is the value of alpha, by the way. What we are looking for is GIF of alpha, right? Okay. So this would be 243 multiply 21. So this is 243 and this would be 486. Add this. So you'll be getting 3, then you'll be getting 0, then you will be getting what? 5103. So 5103 upon 4 ka GIF will be equal to what? So 4 ones are 4, right? 4 twos are 8. So 3 carry over and 127 point something. So 4 sevens are 28, right? And 4 fives are 20. So 1275 point something will be your value, right? 60. Who is saying 60 is the answer? I guess I'm still not in the frame, right? I'm still not in the frame. How to be in the frame? How to be in the frame? Okay. So 1275 is the answer. Yes. Yes, Prashant. Yes, Rajita. Why I'm not in the frame? I'm going here, but I'm not in frame. Okay. Let's move on to the next problem. Yes, so this is the next problem, which says, this is the next problem. Let S be the values of vectors. Let S be the set of all vectors of lambda for which the shortest distance between these two lines. So two lines are given to you, right? Shall I move it over here? Okay, so we are looking for shortest distance between two lines and the shortest distance is given as what? 13. Shortest distance between two skew lines is given as 13, right? What we need to figure out is value of lambda. Let's figure out the value of lambda, right? So this would be lambda comma 3 comma minus 6. And in here we will be having minus lambda comma 0 comma 6. Right? I am looking for the point over here. So the point on the first line is lambda 3 minus 6. Point on the second line is minus lambda 0, 6. Right? The moment you start finding out the shortest distance, you need to apply the formula. So the first row will be x2 minus x1. So lambda minus minus lambda, that would be 2 lambda, right? 3 minus 0, and then it would be minus 12. The second row will consist of the direction ratios 0, 4, 1 and 3 minus 4, 0. Whole upon, now we need to figure out the cross product between those two vectors 0, 4, 1, 3 minus 4, 0. Let's just solve it because this shortest distance will be equal to 13, right? Okay, so let's just expand it right away. So 2 lambda, and inside that you will be getting 4 into 0, 4, 0, and then this would be what? 4. Minus 3 times you will be having 0 minus 3. Minus 12 times you will be having 0 minus 12, right? Whole upon you will be having 4 ka square 16 plus 9 plus 144, and the modulus of this will give you plus basically 13, right? Let's move on and solve to the next slide. So it would be 8 lambda plus 9, right? 8 lambda plus 9 plus 144 upon, you'll be getting what? We'll be getting 16 plus 9, 25. So that would be 196. So this would be 13, modulus of which will be equal to what? 30, right? So first what you need to do is 8 lambda plus 153. That will be equal to 196. Cool. So 8 lambda will be equal to 196 minus 153. That will give you 16. That means lambda will be equal to 2. Correct? Yes. And the another, right? 8 lambda plus 153 by 13 is equals to 13. Absolutely right. So in here, so you will be getting what? Lambda is equals to 2. And the moment you take negative sign, no? So 8 lambda plus 153 is equals to minus 196. So lambda will be equal to minus 322. Minus 322 minus 322 by 8. What you are looking for, sum of all the values of lambda. So 2 minus 322 by 8, right? And that would be what? 8 to the 16 minus this. So this will be what? The value, final value you'll be getting is 302, right? Oh, oops, yes, yes, yes. Let me just correct it. 169. So this would be 169. Yes. Right? Now the calculations are correct. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Perfect. Lambda is 2. Lambda is this. So this would be what? 16 minus 322. 16 minus 322. Please let me know the calculation. What would be the value of this? It's 304. Right? So this would be minus 304 upon 8. Sum of values of lambda. Right? And this would be 304. So final answer of this question would be what? Let me know in the chat box. Option B. Okay. So basically I am using this pod. Basically I'm in this studio for the very first time. I'm having some difficulty, I'm facing some challenges in this. So I guess now I am comfortable. We'll solve this question nicely. So this is the question which says that if the points with position vectors, so there are 3 points actually. Can you see this? There are 3 points. There are 3 points. There are 3 points over here. Okay. Point number 1, this is your A point. This is your B point. And this is your C point, right? These 3 points are collinear. And what we need to figure out is the value of 19 alpha minus 6 beta whole square. So what we are going to do is, basically we will figure out AB vector first. AB vector would be what? 6 minus alpha comma 11 minus 10 would be what? 1, and this would be minus 2. This is AB vector. What about BC vector? Or we can say, yes, BC vector. Let's calculate BC vector. So that would be 9 by 2. So C minus B. So 9 by 2 minus 6. So that would be what? 9 by 2 minus 6, comma. We have beta minus 11. Then we have minus 8 minus 11. That would be minus 19. Now these two AB and BC vectors are parallel, or you can say collinear. What I will be doing is 6 minus alpha. Let the ratio of AB and BC vector component should be equal. So 6 minus alpha upon what would be this? 12. So minus 3 by 2 is equals to 1 upon beta minus 11 is equals to 2 by 19. Minus minus cancel out. Now solve for first and last. You will realize that you are getting what? So yes, 6 minus alpha is nothing but minus 3 by 2 and 2 by 90. 2 and 2 cancel. So we are actually getting what? 6 minus alpha is equals to minus 3 by 19, or what we can do is alpha minus 6 is equals to 3 by 19. So alpha is coming out as 3 by 19 plus 6. This is your value of alpha, right? Yes. What about the value of beta? So beta minus 11 is equals to 19 by 2. So beta is nothing but 19 by 2 plus 11. This is your beta. Now plug in the values in the required expression. So 19 alpha. What would be the value of 19 alpha? 3 plus 6 into 90 minus 6 times beta. So that would be 3 into 19 minus 66 ka whole square. Can you see this? 6 into 19, 3 into 19. So that would be what? 3 into 19 minus 66 ka square. So 19 3s are 57 plus 3. So 60 minus 66 ka square will be equals to minus 6 ka whole square. So you will get 36 as the final answer. Can you please have a look at it? And plus 36, that means option A is absolutely right. Let's move on to the next problem. Okay. Yes. So this question is from the functions, which says that you have a set A, you have a set B, and you need to figure out number of functions which are satisfying from A to B. So basically this is domain and this is your codomain. And one condition also is given to you, which is f of 1 plus f of 2 is equals to f of 4 minus 1. Okay? Alright, so f of 1 plus f of 2. Now let me just write it like this. F of 1 plus f of 2 plus 1 is equals to your f of 4. Correct? F of 1 plus f of 2 plus 1 is equals to your f of 4. Now maximum your f of 4 could be what? The value of f of 4 comes from set B, right? The function value comes from codomain set, isn't it? So f of 4 maximum value could be 6, because we have very limited elements in the set B, and 6 is the maximum value. Okay? If your f of 4 is 6, this is your case number 1. What does that mean? That means your f of 1 plus f of 2 is nothing but 5. So what could be the possibility for f of 1 and f of 2? So that could be 1 comma 4, that could be 2 comma 3, and that could be 3 comma 2, and that could be 4 comma 1. How many possibilities? 4 ways. Basically, the moment I fix f of 4 is equals to 6, so there are 4 ways to put f of 1 and f of 2. What about my case number 2? Case number 2, I'll fix f of 4 is equals to 5 this time. So my f of 4 is 5. That means my f of 1 plus f of 2 becomes what? 4, right? So what are the options? 1 comma 3, 2 comma 2, and 3 comma 1. So basically 3 ways. What would be my case number 3? That my f of 4 becomes 4. That means my f of 1 plus f of 2 will become what? 3. So 1 comma 2, 2 comma 1, that means 2 ways. And last case, the the fourth case, which will be f of 4 is equals to 3. That means f of 1 plus f of 2 will be equal to what? 2. Only one case, 1 comma 1 is acceptable, one way. So basically, if I talk about f of 1, 2 and 4, f of 1, 2 and 4, if I talk about f of 1, 2 and 4, what will happen? For f of 1, 2 and 4, I am getting how many ways? 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. So 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. These many ways are there for f of 4, f of 2 and f of 1. Okay? Yes, 3 mapping. Now, what about my f of 5 and f of 6? Basically, for f of 5 and f of 6, I don't have any condition. So f of 5 can have all 6 values and f of 6 also can have all 6 values. Are you getting it? Second question wrong, ma'am. Which second question is wrong? Okay, so this will become what? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 into 6 into 6, that would be 360 ways will be the correct answer of this question. So 360 is the correct answer. How many number of functions are possible satisfying this case? So basically 360 functions are possible. Right? So it is f of 5 and f of 3. Yes. F of 5 and f of 3. F of 6 is not possible. 306 by 8. Okay, second question. Okay, let me just go back. Maybe I made a mistake in this. 8 2s are 16. So 16 and 22. What is the value? 306. Yes, 306 is the correct answer. Absolutely right. I have made a mistake in calculating. Option A is correct. Option B is wrong. Absolutely right. Okay. Correct. Let us move on to the next question. Now, this question is very interesting from the world of matrices. From the world of matrices, we have this question. Okay. The question is telling us that we have a matrix P, we have a matrix A, and we have a Q matrix. You know what? This was asked in JEE Advanced. In basically a few years ago, the same question, the similar question was asked in JEE Advanced, and now they have asked in JEE Main 2023. Yes, my dear students, this question is from JEE Main 2023. Arya Kashyap, what are you saying? 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. What happened? It is 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1 ही तो होगा. 4 ways, 3 ways, 2 ways and then 1 way. Okay, that's why it is 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. Anyway, let's just begin it. Okay, so we need to figure out what? We need to figure out this particular matrix. Do you understand this? If you are able to calculate this matrix, that means you know the value of A, B, C and D, all values. Okay, so that would be P transpose Q raised to power 2007 and P. Correct? Perfect. So P transpose, and this is Q raised to power 2007. Where is Q? Who is going to tell me Q? Q is already given to us. PA. So this would be PA P transpose raised to power 2007 and P. Right? Okay. Now, can I write this PA P transpose? So this is P transpose. And can I expand this? Can I write this PAP transpose 2007 time? Let me just write PAP transpose one time. Then PAP transpose second time. PAP transpose third time. And PAP transpose 2007 time. After that, I will be lefting out as P. Only P will be left out. Now, let me understand this, that P and P transpose can be together. P and P transpose can be together. This is P only, right? P and P transpose. So P multiply P transpose will be equal to what? So this is root 3 by 2, 1 by 2, minus half and root 3 by 2. This is your P. What about P transpose? Root 3 by 2, 1 by 2, minus half, root 3 by 2. Let's just multiply it. So row into column will be equal to 3 by 4 plus 1 by 4, that is 1. And this row 1 into column 2 will give you 0. This is also 0. This will give you 1. That means P into P transpose is nothing but an identity matrix. So that means your whole expression would be what? IA, IA, IA. How many times you will see A? 2007 times you will see A, and last you will be having I. That means you are here to calculate A raised to power 2007. That's all. So you just need to calculate final A raised to power 2007. What is your A? 1101. This is your A, right? Let me just check one more time. 1101. You are looking for what? A square. So that would be 1101, 1101. Right? So A square value will be equal to, so row 1 will be multiplied by column 1. So it will be 1. Row 1 will be multiplied by column 2. It would be 2. So row 2 multiplied by column 1, it would be 0. And then here it would be 1. Can you see this now? A cube, if you calculate, no, it will be 1301. Now you know the pattern. You're looking for A raised to power 2007. That would be 101. But here 2007. And this is nothing but your A. Okay. A, B, C, D. Yes. A, B, C, D. Now you know the value. Value of C is 0. Value of B is 2007. And A and C both are equal to 1. So 2 into 1 plus value of B is 2007 minus 3 into 0 minus 4 into D is 1, right? So this will become what? 2007 minus 2, so 2005. So this is 2005. That means option B is absolutely right. Yes, Kirti, absolutely right. And who else? Who else? Only Kriti. Only Kriti is answering. What about the rest of the people? Okay? Yes, Rajita, absolutely right. Okay, Padma, yes, formula PDF, I will share you. Do not worry about that. Okay, let's just move on to our next question, next problem. So we need to figure out all the letters of the word public are written in all possible orders, and these words are written in as in a dictionary with serial numbers, right? So basically, we are looking for rank of public. So to solve this question, you know already, we have set algorithm. By the way, this question was asked in JEE in 2023, and not even once, twice. These type of question asked twice in JEE in 2023. So let's just write down everything in alphabetical form. So first letter would be B, and then C, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, and then U. How many letters? 6 letters are there. What we are looking for is public. So letters starting from B will be 5 factorial. Letters starting from C will also be 5 factorial. Letters starting from I also will be 5 factorial. Letters starting from L will be 5 factorial. Right? Now here comes letters starting from P. So we are not counting. So let's fix P as the first letter. Now automatically let me know what should be the next letter. Automatically. Alphabetical order may what should be the next letter after P. So obviously if P is the if the first word starting with P, so the next letter to that would be B, because alphabetically B is given as preference. So PB. Is PB my public? Is my public starting with PB? No. So we need to count it out. So basically 4 factorial. So words starting with PB will be 4 factorial. Then words starting with PC will also be 4 factorial. Words starting with PI will also be 4 factorial, right? And then word starting with PL will also be 4 factorial. Now is the time my word will come that word starting with PU will be there. PU is fixed now. Now automatically tell me if PU is fixed, what is the first preference? Again, B will be given as first preference. So PUB. What would be the second next letter? So PUBC will be the next thing. PUBC. So PUBC will be there, right? And 2 more letters, so that is 2 factorial. PUBI will be there, again 2 factorial. PUBL now will be there, and the very first letter would be what? CI, and last would be PUBLIC. So 1 and 1. Now calculate. So this would be 5 factorial multiply 4 plus 4 factorial multiply 4 plus 2 factorial multiply 2 plus 1 plus 1. This would be your answer. Please calculate it. So this would be 480 plus 24 into 4 would be 96 plus 4 plus 2. This is 100 plus 480 is 580, 582. That means option D is absolutely right. I can see Kriti absolutely right. And yes, who else? Who else are giving me answers? Akshita, absolutely right. Rajata, absolutely right. Sanjay is also saying D, D, D. All right. So many people have actually given the answers, right? Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Okay. Lynette is saying, please use the trick. Yes, we can solve it using trick as well. But you know what? This did not take much of my time without even trick as well, right? So now the next question is from the world of relations. Yes. So from the world of relations, we need to figure out whether this relation is reflexive, symmetric, and transitive or not. So first of all, for reflexive, what I want that my both elements should be same. If my both elements should be same, na, x comma x, that means in this equation, both x should get satisfied. So x plus x should be equal to 7, x is equals to 3.5. And you know what? X belongs to where? Set A. Are you getting my point? Which is not possible. That means that my relation is not reflexive. So absolutely not reflexive. Let's eliminate the options now. It is not reflexive. It is okay. Not reflexive. So A and D options are gone. What about symmetric? Symmetric means if x comma y sits inside my relation, then y comma x should also sit inside my relation. So what if I interchange x and y? Will my equation, if I interchange x and y, will this equation holds true? Absolutely, it will hold true. Even if I interchange x and y, so because the addition is commutative. 2 plus, basically 2 plus 5 belongs to your relation. Yes, ma'am, but because their sum is 5. So 5 comma 2 will also belong to my relation. That means my relation is symmetric, definitely symmetric. That means option C is also wrong. Option B is the only option which is true. That means my relation is symmetric but not reflexive. And you know what? I don't need to check for transitive. But if I will check, it will be non-transitive. Yes? Are you getting my point? Let's just start solving this question, which is the distance of point P from the line passing through the point minus 3, 2, 3, parallel to a line with direction 3, 3, minus 1. Right? So let us understand the whole situation. What is happening? So basically, we have a point P 4, 6, minus 2. And we are looking for distance of point P from some line 3. Okay, so we are looking for distance between these two lines. What we need to do is we need to assume a point A over here. Let's assume a point A. So to assume a point A, I have to write the equation of this line. So equation of line will be what? X plus 3 is equals to y minus 2 is equals to z minus 3 upon direction. I already know 3, 3, minus 1. So I can assume this is equals to lambda. So that would be 3 lambda minus 3, 3 lambda plus 2, and minus lambda plus 3. This is your point A. You know what? Your PA vector, if you calculate PA vector would be what? 3 lambda minus 7, comma, 3 lambda minus 4, comma, minus lambda, this minus this, right? So plus 5. This is your what? PA vector, which would be perpendicular to your 3, 3, minus 1. Can you see this? This vector, PA vector, is always perpendicular to your line. So dot product should be equal to 0. Dot is equals to 0. That means 3 times 3 lambda minus 7 plus 3 times 3 lambda minus 4. And you know what? Plus lambda minus 5 is equals to 0. From here, you can calculate the value of lambda. That would be 18 lambda minus 21 minus 12 and minus 5. Right? So 21, 12 and 5 का addition करना है 5, 6, 7, 8. So 38. 18 lambda plus lambda is equals to 38. That means your lambda is coming out as 2. The moment you get your lambda, you got your point A, by the way. Lambda is 2. 3 to the 6 minus 3. 3. Right? 3 to the 6 plus 2. Right? 6 plus 2 is 8. And last but not the least, 3 minus 2 is 1. So PA, basically what you are looking for, distance PA will be equal to square root of 1 plus 4 plus 9. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, root 14. Option D. Who gave me the correct answer? Who gave me the correct answer? Who gave me the correct answer? Yes. How many of you are giving me the correct answer? Okay. This question is also absolutely nice. Now we have a question from sequence and series, right? You know what? It is the amalgamation of sequence and series and limits. Cool. So what I'll be doing over here is I'll be actually writing out limit n tend to infinity root d by n, right? And you know what? I'll be actually replacing this one by d. Yes, what I'm doing is I'm multiplying d and I'm dividing it by d. Let me change the color of the pen so that you will understand. So I'm multiplying and dividing by d. So this will be d upon square root a2 plus square root a1. I can write it this way. a1 plus a2 can be written down as a2 plus a1 as well. Plus we have 1 upon square root a3 plus root a1. Listen to me carefully how I solve this question, because there were two types of question in JEE in 2023 related to this topic. And last I will be having, so d is multiplied in each and every term. And last I'll be having root an plus root an minus 1. Perfect. Now this d can be written down as a2 minus a1. Can we write this? Yes, definitely. This d can be written down as a3 minus a2. This d can be written down as an minus 1. Whole upon, whole upon, whole upon. Rest everything is as it is. So this will be a2 root a2 plus root a1. Root a3 plus root a2. Right? Root an plus root an minus 1. Correct? And this is what? 1 upon d root d by n. Limit n tend to infinity. Right? Yes? Okay. So this a2 minus a1 now can be written down as, you know what? Root a2 plus root a1 and root a2 minus root a1. Can you see that this a2 minus a1 can be replaced with this term and this, basically not this one. Not this, but yes. So this positive one will get cancelled by denominator. So we will be left with what? So we will be left with only the negative one. So we are left with 1 upon d square root of d by n, right? And inside that I'll be left with root a2 minus root a1 plus root a3 minus root a2, right? Plus I'll be left with root a4 minus root a3, then root a5 minus root a4, and last I'll be left with root an minus 1. Telescopic series is getting formed. So a2 is getting cancelled from here, a3 is getting cancelled. Can you see this? A3 is getting cancelled, a5 is also getting cancelled. So we are left with what? We are left with 1 upon dn का root and root an minus root a1. This is what I'm left with. Let me just rewrite it down. So root an minus root a1 upon, we are left with what? dn का root. Limit n tend to infinity, of course. Let's just plug in the value of an in here. a plus n minus 1 d upon dn का root minus a upon dn का root, where limit n tend to infinity is there. The moment you separate it out, you will realize a upon dn will be what? 0. But nd upon nd will be 1 minus d upon nd. This is also 0. Minus this is again 0. So only 1 is left out. So 1 is the correct answer of this particular question. Option C, absolutely right. No, option C is right. Okay. Kriti, no. Option C is right. है ना? Why option C is right? So maybe you might be thinking that 1 by root d will be left out. But you know what? D and D are getting cancelled out, right? Can you see that? N into D upon Dn. So only 1 is getting left out. Okay. Yes, Rajita. Are we good to go? Anybody having any doubt? Shall I move on to my next problem from the world of vectors, by the way? Very good problem. It says A, B, C be 3 vectors such that vector A is root 31, right? What about vector B? So vector B ka magnitude is given as half and vector C ka magnitude is given as 2. What we are looking for is, okay. And one more information given to us, this information. Candy is saying -1, ma'am. -1 cube. Square root of 1 is what? 1. This is 0. Why -1? This is absolutely right. Okay. So now can I write it this way? A cross 2B is equals to, can I write it this way? Okay. So A cross 3C with a negative sign. What did I do? I just flipped this. C cross A can be written down as A cross C. And this particular constant term 2 and 3 can be stick to any other vector, right? So if you wish to stick to A, so that could be 2A cross B or A cross 2B, but only one, okay? So now what I'll be doing is shifting everything towards left hand side. And you know what? Now is the time I can take A common. So that would be 2B plus 3C is equals to 0. The moment you see that two vectors, the cross product between two vectors is equals to 0, that means both vectors are parallel to each other. That means what you can do is you can write A vector is equals to lambda times 2B plus 3C vector. Right? And one more thing which is given to you is angle between B and C. So what you can do here right now, you can square both the sides. So that would be A square is equals to lambda square 4B square plus 9C square plus 3 to the 6, 6 to the 12 B dot C. So if you solve it, it will be A square, that is 31 is equals to lambda square 4B square. So B, the value of B is half ka square, so this would be 1. 9C square, 9 fours are 36 plus 12. So we have 12B into C. So B is half, C is 2, cancel out cos 2 pi by 3. So cos 2 pi by 3 is minus 1 by 2. Can you see this? 31 is equals to lambda square 37 minus 6. 31 gone, lambda square is coming out as 1. Lambda square coming out as 1, what does that mean? That your A is nothing but plus minus 2B plus 3C vector. Right? Your A is coming out as this. Right? What you are looking for is A cross C upon A dot B ka square. Oops. So let me just solve it over here only. So A can be replaced by what? Plus minus 2B plus 3C ka cross C vector upon 2B plus 3C dot B vector ka whole square. And you know what? When there is a whole square, you don't need for plus minus sign. You can ignore the plus minus sign. This is what you need to figure out. So 2B cross C. What is 2B cross C? So 2BC sine 120 degree. C cross C is anyway 0 whole upon 2B square plus 3B dot C. Okay, and we have a whole square out. So now 2 and B, the value of, so 2 and B are cancelled out. So it will become 2 root 3 by 2 whole upon 2b square. So it will become 2. B square is what? 1 by 4. B dot C. So value of B dot C is minus 3 by 4. Right? Okay. And we have a square overall. Can you see this? 2 and 2 are cancelled out. 2 by 4 minus 3 by 4 is what? 2 by 4 minus 2b square. 3. So 2 by 2 minus 3 by 2 is what? Is it correct? 2b square. So 2 by 4. 3b dot c plus 3b. B is what? 1 by 2. Then we have 2 and we have minus 1 by 2. So 2 by, basically 1 by 2 minus 3 by 2. Yes, 1 by 2 minus 3 by 2. So in denominator you will be having 1 by 2 minus 3 by 2. 1 by 2 minus 3 by 2. 1 by 2 minus 3 by 2. That is minus 1, right? Minus 1 ka square. So eventually it is coming out as root 3 ka square, which is nothing but 3. So 3 is the correct answer. Let me just shift towards the right hand side so that you can see. Are you able to see that? The calculation. Priti, are you able to see? Okay, I'll share with this PDF with you. You'll be able to see in that, but it's just that the basic calculation. So I have one homework question for you. And you know what? The question is about discrete distribution. Mean of this distribution is given to you as 9. Variance is given to you as 15.08. And this is alpha and this is beta. Okay? What you are looking for is the value of alpha and beta. Okay? So first of all, mean x bar would be sigma xi fi upon sigma fi. Right? So that would be 8 plus 16 plus 6 alpha, 15 8s are 120 plus 80 plus 12 beta plus 4 4s are 16. So 96 and 80. Upon what? We have how many? So, okay, 4 plus alpha, sigma fi plus 15 plus 8 plus beta plus 4 plus 5. This value should be equal to 9. The moment you solve it now, you will get alpha is equals to beta. I am not solving it. This is a homework question for you. I am giving the hint. Yes, I will be sharing the notes. Do not worry about that. And chemistry class will be there. Yes, after this, chemistry class will be there. Alpha and beta are equal the moment you solve it. Okay. Now what you are looking for is the variance. How to calculate variance? You all know. Sigma xi square by sigma basically sigma f xi square fi xi square by sigma fi minus mean ka square is your variance. You know the formula? Just apply it. So it would be what? 2 ka square 4, 4 4s are 16 plus 4 ka square 16, 16 4s are 64 plus 6 ka square 36 into alpha. Are you getting my point? You are squaring this and multiplying it. It is a 64 into 15. Then 100 into 8. Then 12, 144 beta. Then you have 196 into 4. Then you have 256 into 5 whole upon sigma fi. So this is your sigma fi. Just rewrite it down. And minus of 9 ka square. This is your sigma square, which is 15.08. What you need to do is you have two equations, two unknown, get the value of alpha and beta, put it over here because this question was there in 2023 JEE. So this is your homework question. This is the short hint I have given to you. I will move on to the next problem, which is from integration now. Who is going to tell me the exact correct answer of this integration? Because this is a very easy question. Anybody can do it. Yes, I will be sharing full PDF notes. Do not worry about that. Okay. Yes. So can you see this 1 plus sin x? This 1 plus sin x can be written down as, you know what? Cos x by 2 plus sin x by 2 ka whole square. If you expand it, you will get this only. So yes, that's how we are going to write it down. So integration of root 2 is already here. And this is what? Cos x by 2 plus sin x by 2 ka square, and we have a root over here. Then we have a dx. Okay. So now square and root will be get cancelled out. So it will become what? Sin x by 2 plus cos x by 2 ka integral. Right, with respect to dx. What we can do is, we can actually multiply and divide the whole equation by root 2. So root 2 is multiplied and root 2 is divided. So if you do this, this will become what? Basically 2 integral of this whole expression will become sine of pi by 4 plus x by 2. Yes, dx. Now you need to integrate it. So integration of sine is minus cos pi by 4 plus x by 2, and you know what, in the denominator you need to differentiate the argument. That would be 1 by 2, so that would be what? 2 into 2, 4. So your integration is coming out as minus 4 cos pi by 4 plus x by 2 plus constant. If you compare now, you will realize x ke sath we have a, and here x ke sath we have half. So the value of a is coming out as half, and the value of b over here is pi by 4. So a comma b is half comma pi by 4. Option A, absolutely right. Yes, ma'am, I'm strong at algebra but finding some difficulty in calculus part. What can I do? What you can do is, you can focus on a few topics, which is you can focus on functional equations. You can focus on definite integration, differential equation. You can focus on in calculus, what else? AOD, yeah, AOD. If AOD, if you are aware with the AOD, you can touch AOD part as well, right? Chalo, let's solve this question from the world of matrices and determinant. And you know what? I have uploaded one video regarding this only, regarding this same thing. And so that video was about how to uh, basically homogeneous equation. So homogeneous equation ka, if you see that non-trivial solution, or you can call it as a non-zero solution, delta should be equal to 0. Yes. So what you need to do is, you need to minus a 1 1, 1 minus b and 1, 1 1 and minus c. This determinant should be equal to 0. Let's just solve it out. So minus a, then it will become bc minus 1. Minus 1, it will become what? Minus c minus 1. Plus 1, it will become what? 1 plus b is equals to 0. So it is nothing but a minus of abc plus a plus c plus 1 plus 1 plus b is equals to 0. A plus b plus c plus 2 is coming out as a plus b plus c plus 2 is coming out as abc. Note it down. A plus b plus c plus 2 is coming out as abc. Now you have to figure out the value of this expression. Let me just do it on the next page. So 1 upon 1 plus a, 1 upon 1 plus b, 1 upon 1 plus c. Can I take the LCM? So 1 plus a, 1 plus b, 1 plus c. That would be what? So here I'll be having 1 plus b, 1 plus c, plus 1 plus a, 1 plus c. Right? I'm just simplifying, nothing else. No rocket science. 1 plus a, 1 plus b. Just simplify it. You will realize that it is so damn easy question. So 1 plus b plus c plus bc plus 1 plus a plus c plus ac plus 1 plus a plus b plus ab. Right? It is so smooth. Multiply all these terms. Multiply all these terms. It will be what? So it is 1 plus, so 1 plus a plus b plus ab. And it is 1 plus a c. Further multiplying, you will be getting what? 1 plus c then you will be getting A plus AC, then you will be getting B plus BC, then you will be getting AB plus ABC. And in here, can you see 3 plus? 3 plus, twice of A plus B plus C plus AB plus BC plus CA, right? And in the denominator, what are you going to get is, okay, so 1 plus A plus B plus C plus AB plus BC plus CA. And denominator is same. Now, can you just put something? A plus B plus 2 can be replaced by ABC. Right? So, this ABC can be replaced by what? A plus B plus C plus 2. So, your denominator now will be what? So, denominator will be what? Tell me. What would be your denominator? So 2 plus 1 is what? 3. Denominator is what? 3. 2 plus 1 is 3. Then we have twice of A plus B plus C. Then we have AB plus BC plus C. Can you see the moment you have plugged in this, replace this ABC by A plus B plus C plus 2, you can clearly see that your numerator and denominator becomes same and you're getting 1 as the correct answer. So option B is absolutely right. So basically this question was all about homogeneous equation, Cramer's law, Cramer's rule. You have to make determinant is equals to 0. And you know what? The solution part as well. So how much patience do you have to actually solve it and put it and then see it that, okay, numerator and denominator is getting cancelled out. Okay. All right. So we have another question. So we are left with another, okay, so many questions. 4, 5 questions are left. Okay. After that, chemistry ma'am will be there. Okay. All right. Let's just begin with this question. The question is telling me that U ka magnitude is 1, V ka magnitude 2, W ka magnitude 3. Projection of V vector along U vector. So V vector ka projection along U vector is equal to W dot U upon U, right? So basically projection of V along U is equal to projection of W along U. What does that mean? That your dot product between V and U and W and U are equal. And you know what? They are saying that V and W, V comma W, V dot W is 0. Both vectors are perpendicular to each other. So we are looking for value of this. So magnitude of U minus V plus W is what we need to figure out. Square both the sides. So it would be U square plus V square plus W square plus twice of U dot V with a negative sign minus V dot W again with a negative sign plus U dot W. Right? So now V dot W is 0. Can you see this is 0? And you know what? U dot V and U dot W are equal. So these two will get cancelled out. So you are looking for only U square plus V square plus W square. So U square is 1, V square is 4, W square is 9. So root of this will give you U minus V plus W ka mod. That would be what? Root 14. Option C absolutely right. Yes, option C is absolutely right. Perfect. Clear. Crazy. Yes. Shall we begin with our next problem? Next problem says the mean of 5 observation is 4 and their variance is 5.2. That means, and you know what, three of all these observations are already given. That means 2 plus 4 plus 6 plus rest 2 observations are A and B. And you know what, mean is given as 4. That means A plus B is nothing but 5 4s are 20. 20 minus 10 is so it is coming out as 8. Okay. Now variance sigma square is what? So 2 ka square 4 plus 16 plus 36 plus a square plus b square by 5 minus mean ka square is what? 16. So this is your variance which is given as 5.2 plus 16 into 5 is equals to what? So it is 20 plus 36, 56 plus a square plus b square. But just need to solve the equations. Purely equation solving. So it is what? 21.2, right, into 5. 5 2s are 10, 5 1s are 5, 6, 5 2s are 10. So 106.0. 106 minus 56 is equals to a square plus b square. And 10 minus 5 is 5, 50. So a square plus b square is coming out as 50. And a plus b is coming out as 8. Product of the two observation is what we need to figure out. The moment I see this, now these two equations, can't you see that A can be equal to 1 and B can be equal to 7? So that 1 plus 7 is what? 8. And 1 plus 49 is what? 50. That means 7. The product of other two observations will be 7 only. Right? Product of other two observations will be 7. Okay, 1 comma 7 and 7 comma 1 are the two possibilities. Eventually product will be 7 only. 7 ones are 7. Alright, so done and dusted with this problem as well. Now we have another problem which is asking me to calculate the maximum or minimum value of this. Basically, we are here to calculate range of this expression. So y is equals to sine square x, right? But what about this? Cos raised to power 4x. So what I can do is, I can actually write everything in terms of cos. That will make more sense. So that will be cos ki power 4x plus 1 minus cos square x. Can I do that? Absolutely. So this will become cos square x minus cos square x. Cos ki power 4x minus cos square x plus 1. So you need to make perfect square out of it. If you make perfect square, now it will look like this. Minus 1 by 4 plus 1. That's how you make perfect square. Right? So cos square x minus half ka whole square plus 3 by 4 is y. You know what? What should be the minimum value and what should be the maximum value? So basically what I know is 3 by 4 is fixed and this is a squared quantity which is greater than or equal to 0. This squared quantity cannot be negative. So the minimum value of this squared quantity can be equal to 0. So we just need to check whether cos square x can be equal to half or not. So yes, definitely it can happen. That means my minimum value is nothing but 3 by 4. Minimum value is 3 by 4. Now what about maximum value? For maximum value, I want this to be maximum possible. For this to be maximum, my cos square x should be, the difference should be maximum basically. So my cos square x should be the maximum value. So if it is 0, then we are getting 1 by 4. If it is 1, then also we are getting 1 by 4, right? So whether you put for y max, put cos x is equals to 0 or cos x is equals to 1. In both cases, you will get the same result, 1 by 4. So basically, maximum value of y. Y min is what? 3 by 4, right? X again minus 1 by 4. A square subtract here. 3 by 4. Maximum value of y. And the moment I put so half will give me 3 by 4. This is the minimum value. What about the maximum value? For maximum value, I need to put cos x is equals to 1. Moment I put 1, will give me 1 minus 1 by 2. 1 by 2 ka square, that is 1 by 4. Maximum value of y is coming out as what? Have I done anything wrong? Cos power 4x plus sine square x. Cos square x minus half ka square, 4 to 3 by 4. Make it maximum, I need to make it farther away from 1. Basically, y max is coming out as 1 only. Maximum value of y is 2, incorrect. No, 1 by 4 plus 3 by 4 is 4 by 4, 1. Maximum value of y is 3 by 4. No, the minimum value of y is 3 by 4. Y is less than, no. Y is greater than 5 by 4. That means minimum value, no actually. So I guess options, there is some problem with the options. Okay. Okay, let me just check the validity of this question. Maybe this question was, the answers are incorrect. Let me just delete it. In B. Maximum value is 3 by. Let me just do it one more time. Okay. So it is y cos ki power 4x plus 1 minus cos square. Let us make it as a perfect square. So it will be cos square x minus half ka whole square. That's how you make perfect square. And then you have to subtract a square. So 1 by 4 plus 1 is already there. So cos square x minus half ka whole square plus 3 by 4. Right? Plus 3 by 4. So now if we are looking for the maximum value, no, for maximum value, I want my this expression to become maximum. And for this expression to become maximum, my cos square x, so the value of cos square x should be what? Either 0 or 1. Either 0 or 1. How can it be 5 by 4? Let me just check one time. So cos square x minus half ka square is equals to 5 by 4 minus 3 by 4. So that is 1 by 2. Can it be possible? So this is 1 by root 2. Okay, let me just check for this question. Let's just skip this. Let's just skip for now. Okay, I will rectify the options and then let you know about it. Let's just move on to the next question. Let's not waste time in the incorrect question. Maybe I picked the incorrect question. Okay. This is the question from sequence and series, which says the sum of n terms of two arithmetic series are in the ratio 2n plus 3, 6n plus 5. So basically what is happening? Sn upon Sn dash. That means ratio of two series. Ratio of sum of n terms of two series is given to us. And that would be n by 2, 2a plus n minus 1 d for first series. And n by 2, 2 capital A plus n minus 1 d for the second series. This is given as what? 2n plus 3, 6n plus 5. What we are looking for is ratio of their 13th term. That means we are looking for A13 upon A13 dash. So that would be A plus 12d upon capital A plus 12d. So we are looking for A plus 12d, A plus 12d. Can you just cancel these two terms? So you are left with what? 2a plus n minus 1d upon 2 capital A plus n minus 1d. This is equals to 2n plus 3 upon 6n plus 5. Correct? Now what you can do is, you want this A plus 12d. That means you don't want this 2 over here. So what can you do is, you can just simply take out 2 common. This will become A plus n minus 1 by 2d upon capital A plus n minus 1 by 2d. This is nothing but 2n plus 3, 6n plus 5. Can you see this? Are you able to see this? Are you able to see this? The moment you plug in n minus 1 by 2 is equals to 12, now your life will be absolutely sorted. In here, put n minus 1 by 2 is equals to 12. What will you get? So a plus 12d upon a plus 12, right? And this will be equal to what? N minus 1 by 2 is equals to 12. That means your n is 25, right? So put 25 on the right hand side. You will get what? 50 plus 3 upon 120, 150 plus 5. That is 53 by 155. Option A is absolutely right. Clear? Perfect. All right. Now we have a question from limits. And you know what? The moment you see any question from limit, I already told you what to do. You have to find out limit, basically form of that limit. The moment you plug in infinity now, so this will become what? Infinity by infinity form. And the moment you see infinity by infinity form where degree of numerator and denominator are same, that means this is becoming 1. 3 by 3, 1. What about this? This is becoming infinity. How to tackle 1 raised to power infinity form? It will be e raised to power limit x tend to infinity. Now this power, which is x plus 1 by 3, will come in front, and you have to subtract 1 from this base. So 3x minus 4, 3x plus 2 minus 1. Bas, that's all. You have to solve this now. Okay, let's just solve this. So e raised to power limit x tend to infinity and x plus 1 by 3, and you know what, 3x minus 4 minus 3x minus 2 upon 3x plus 2. ठीक है, 3x gone. So x plus 1 upon 3 minus 6 upon 3x plus 2. Limit x tending to infinity e raised to power. E raised to power. Now x is infinity. You know what x is infinity? This is minus 2. So e raised to power minus 2 and this is x plus 1 upon 3x plus 2. Right? Infinity by infinity form. So what you can do is 1 by 3 will be the answer. So e raised to power minus 2 into 1 by 3. So this is e raised to power minus 2 by 3. Very easy peasy lemon squeezy. Right? Option B is absolutely right. Perfect. Okay. So we have our last question. And you know what? This concept is, this concept actually will blow your mind. So we have two functions, f and g, right? In 0 to infinity, they are saying that f is increasing and g be a decreasing function, right? And they are asking me about what? Fog and Goff. And one more information obviously is given to you. F of g of 0 is 0. Okay. So, okay. So basically, they are asking me about fog and Goff. So let me just tell you this very important concept. When your first function fx is increasing and your gx is decreasing, then their composition fog and Goff both are decreasing function. How? Let me just show you. So this is your, if fx is increasing, what does that mean? That your f dash x is greater than 0 and your g dash x will be what? Less than 0, right? Because fx is increasing, g dash x, gx is decreasing. What about my f of g of x? Let us assume my new function h of x, which is f of g of x. I want to inquire whether my fog or my h function is increasing or decreasing. How will I determine this? By differentiating, of course. So f dash g of x and then g dash x, right? So f dash g of x, this particular thing is what? F dash g of x is what? Positive, because f dash is always positive, but gx is negative, g dash is negative. That, what does that mean? That my h dash x will become overall negative, and that means my hx is decreasing function. Same goes with Goff. That means my fog and Goff both are decreasing function, right? In 0 to infinity, obviously. So now basically this is my, let us assume this is my h of x and this is h of 0. H ke baad the h, so this is g of f. This is maybe p of x and less than or equals to p of 0. Okay. So which one of the following, a and b, out of a and b, which one could be true? For both are decreasing functions, by the way. So what I'm trying to say is x is what? Which is x is a quantity which is greater than 0. Now p of 0, if I want to make any decreasing function, p of 0 or h of 0, for any decreasing function, 0 pe there is some value, let's say 0 pe this is the value h of 0 and there is another value which is h of x. For decreasing function, h of x will always be less than h of 0, right? H of x will be less than or p of x will be less than. So that means the 0 value would be always be greater value. Why? My function is decreasing. As my x is increasing, my value is decreasing. So this should be greater value. So option B is absolutely right. Are you getting my point? For any decreasing function, the value at 0 should be higher and the value at any other point which is greater than 0 should be lesser, right? So h of x should be what? Less than or equal to h of 0. And same goes with p of x, less than or equals to p of 0. So lesser. So this is incorrect. Option B is absolutely right. Yes? Are you getting it? Are you getting my point? Yes. So that's all about today's session. Now, your chemistry teacher will be taking, right? And so Nabamita ma'am is not here for today only. Tomorrow onwards, she'll be here. Pahul sir is also busy. That's why we have another teacher. You know that teacher also very well, है ना? So that teacher will be taking the chemistry part. I'll just ask, I'll just check, and I'll just inform whether she's ready or not. and we can just start right away chemistry session, right? But you know what? In Janakpuri, New Delhi, if you are staying in New Delhi, this is for you. We are offering highest personal attention, and we are offering a guaranteed improvement sessions. So you can clearly see that the date is January 20 and January 21. Okay, it is happening. So you can visit, and this is the address. Okay. All right. Now I'll be taking your leave, and the chemistry teacher will be showing up. Okay. I'll be sharing notes. Do not worry about that.
Hello students, am I live? Am I audible? Hello everybody. Let me check. Hi. Hi baby. Hi everybody, welcome back to this class. This class has not stopped yet. Right now you have completed your physics and your mathematics. Now we are going to do chemistry. Hello. Audible and visible, perfect. So I might be new on this channel, but JEE is not new to me. I've been teaching on Vedantu JEE before, but right now as in Nababita ma'am is caught up with some work, so I have substituted her with the questions, the most asked questions for your chemistry. How you need to prepare for chemistry, we are all going to discuss in this session. So are you guys ready? Hi Priya, hi everybody. Okay, call back your friends because we are again back to the marathon where we're discussing the most probable questions, the mock test, easy, low input, high output for 90 percentile things. Okay, so we are back with the chemistry session. Let us start. Let us begin. ठीक है, so first of all, the most important topic for your chemistry is the coordination chemistry. Highest marks, I mean 3 to 4 questions every year are asked from this alone, this topic alone. So this is a very important topic, and we are going to see what all are the important things from where the questions are asked. Okay, let us continue. The number first question, can you see on your screen, everybody? Let me select the pen color. Okay, so this is the question on the board. Who will answer this question? Maximum possible densities of a ligand given below towards a common transition and inner transition metal ion respectively are. What is the answer to this question? Hi. Hi everybody. I am looking at the chat box. Please give me the answer. The live didn't cut, beta. I'm here. We are back again. I haven't received any answer yet. Why are you not answering this question? This is such an easy question. In this question, you are asked what will be the denticity. What denticity? Denticity means what? The number of donating atoms. Correct? So how much denticity are you able to see? D answer. Somebody has given D answer. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct, Suhas. The answer is D. The answer is D. Absolutely correct. Hello. And then Vaishnavi also, correct answer. The answer is D. Denticity means what? How many donating atoms are there? Can you see here? Here can you see COO minus? Minus means what? It will donate its electron pair, right? What all are the donating atoms? Any atom which has what? Any atom which has either a lone pair or a negative charge. Okay, any atom which either has a lone pair or a negative charge will contribute to donating its electron. So I can see this is the number first atom that can denote, this is the second atom, this is the third, this is the fourth, this is the fifth, and even your nitrogen atom here, it can donate its pair of electrons, right? Nitrogen has a lone pair here, so it can again donate its electrons. So I can see that overall denticity is 6 for transition metals. Transition metals means what? Transition for inner transition metals. Inner transition means F block elements. For F block elements, the denticity increases. I mean to say the coordination number, it can expand its coordination number to what? To 8, because we can see there are 2 more nitrogens present, right? So the transition metals can have maximum denticity of 6, correct? But the inner transition metals can expand the coordination number, and therefore the denticity of this ligand will become 8, correct? Any doubt in this question? Any doubt in this question? Sound problem? Is it better if I hold the mic? Is it better if I hold the mic? Please answer. Not audible? Not audible. Even now? Hello? Hello? Okay, let me answer one. Is it better now? Is it better now? No? It's cracking. I don't think anybody. Hello students, is it better now? Can you answer to me? Is the voice better? It's all right? It's all right? Okay, cool. Cool. We are back. So this question, everybody got this question? We're going to move on to the next question now. Okay, so this denticity type questions are asked every year. So please focus on this kind of questions. We'll move ahead. The next question is the IUPAC naming. From the coordination chemistry, the major topic is again IUPAC naming. Okay, all good, correct. Okay. So do you know how to write the IUPAC name of this compound? I am looking at the chat box. Please answer. I am looking at the chat box. Yes, we are continuing. We are continuing. I haven't received any answer. Okay, I have received the very first answer by Rajita. By Rajita, I have received the very first answer. C. Answer C. Anybody else wants to answer this question? Prabhu. Sanjay, B. Prabhu has answered B. B, B, B. I'm getting so many answers as B. Okay, now I've opened your chat on my phone. It's gonna be easy. So let us do the naming. How to do the naming? Very, everybody is answering B now. Okay, so everybody is right. How to name the IUPAC compounds? Please learn from me. Number first step. Always name the cation first. Here, the cation is the potassium, the cationic part. So we will write first potassium. So we have written potassium first, and then we will write the name of the complex, which is the anionic part. Okay, so whenever we are naming, we have to write first the cation part, and then the anion is the complex. And for the complex naming, the number first step is to write what? Is to write the name of the ligand. Ligand is what? I can see here the ligand is what? Can you answer to me? Explain previous question. Beta, I have already explained the previous question. Right now we are doing this question. So we can see that there are 3 ligands attached with the trioxylato, and because cobalt is in the anion part, so it will be written as cobaltate. We'll write 8 in the end because it is a part of the anion, right? This is the cation and this is the anionic part. This is the anionic part, so therefore we have answered it in such manner, and then we will write the oxidation number, which is 3. Any confusion in this question? Yes, oxalate. Hello. Any confusion in this question? Should we move forward? Okay, so this B is the correct answer. Very good. Most of you were correct. The next topic that is asked from coordination chemistry is what? Is from the crystal field theory, right? So the question is, for a D4 metal ion in an octahedral field, the correct electronic configuration is. The correct electronic configuration is asked. C. Somebody has answered C. Nidhi has answered C. I've only received one answer. C, 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 so many answers, so many answers. Is my voice clear, bacha? Please let me know. Somebody is saying my voice is not clear again. Can you hear me? Very good, very good, very good. Okay. So what happens in an octahedral complex? The splitting happens. And how the splitting happens? For example, the d orbital has, the d subshell has 5 orbitals, and the 2 orbitals go up and the other 3 orbitals come down whenever a splitting occurs. So whenever one ligand approaches a metal atom, correct? Whenever a ligand approaches a metal atom, splitting happens. Correct? The d orbital split, and what happens is, the D4 configuration. D4 means what? First 3 electrons will reach in the T2G orbital, the next will be in the EG orbital. Correct? Now the 4th electron, where will the 4th electron go? 3 electrons have already filled here. Where will the 4th electron go? So if this splitting energy, which is called what? Which is called the octahedral splitting energy. If it is very high, if the splitting energy is very much, too much splitting energy, then the 4th electron cannot go here. If the octahedral energy is very high, correct? But if the octahedral energy is very low, which means what? If the octahedral energy is very low, then the electrons will pair up. Everybody knows this concept or not? Everybody is familiar with this concept? Yes, correct, right? So now here what it is written, that if the pairing energy is high, means what? You cannot pair the electrons. When the pairing energy is high, then the octahedral energy, consider the condition. Condition is that the pairing energy, that to pair the electrons, that energy is high, but the octahedral energy is less. Therefore, the right configuration will be what? The right configuration will be, I cannot pair the electrons. Cannot pair the electrons because the pairing energy is very high. Therefore, the fourth electron will come here and the right configuration will be T2G3 and Eg1. In which case, when the octahedral energy, which means the splitting energy, is less and the pairing energy is what? More. Correct? Any doubts till now? Correct. Next, we are moving on to the next spectrochemical series. So, the splitting that I showed you in the orbitals, correct? In the d orbitals, the splitting happens. And that splitting, how does it happen? How does it happen? So, this is the d orbital and your orbitals will split like this, correct? So, sometimes this splitting will be too much and sometimes this splitting will be too less, depending on the ligand. Okay, so now everybody should know this ligand order, right? From this side are your strong field ligands and this side are your weak field ligands. Okay, and how to remember this, bacha? How to remember this? Okay, see, all the carbon donors are always the strong field ligand. Can you see? All the carbon donors are always strong field ligand, and then can you see here the carbon, here is the carbon, all are strong field ligands. And then the nitrogen donors like En, like NH3, right, like NCS, these are all nitrogen donors. And then your oxygen donors, for example, H2O, C2O4, OH minus. And then your halide donors, F minus, Cl minus, Br minus, I minus, right? So this is the order of the strong field and the weak field ligand. In case of strong field ligand, the splitting will be maximum. In the case of weak field ligand, the splitting will be minimum. It means what? Here there will be strong field ligand, no pairing, right? No pairing, but in the weak field ligand, pairing will happen. Correct? Pairing will happen. Or I've written here pairing will happen and here no pairing will happen. Correct? Next, we are moving on to this d orbitals, which you should know. And right now here I have written again, see, in the case of weak field ligand, for example, the halide F6 minus, the splitting is not so much, right? The splitting is not so much. So what happens is, here the electron goes to the next Eg orbital, right? For example, I have to fill 6 electrons. So how I am going to fill 6 electrons? First electron is here, second is here, third is here, fourth is here, fifth is here, and sixth is here. Correct? In case of weak field ligand. But in case of strong field ligand, what happens is, all the 6 electrons will be here. 1 electron, then 2 electron, then 3 electron, then 4 electron, 5 electron, and 6 electron. This is how you will fill in case of strong field ligand, because this energy is too high. So the electrons cannot go and jump and go to the Eg orbital. Any confusion till here? Any confusion till here? Yes. Okay. Now let's move forward. Now, who will answer this question? The next type of question, which is mostly asked every time, every year this question is asked, is based on the crystal field splitting energy. Crystal field splitting energy question. Can everybody see this question and how to approach this question? Yes, we will try to cover most of the chapters. So this chapter I'm paying more attention because every year 3 to 4 questions come from these only topics. Okay, so we are going to cover all those topics right now. So in this, what approach you have to use, bacha, I will let you know. So what happened right now, I splitted the orbitals, right? We split the orbitals, 2 went above and the other 3 were below, right? And that splitting, what happened in that splitting? There was some energy difference, correct? There is some energy difference between this orbital and this orbital, right? And this energy difference is called the crystal field splitting energy, correct? So somewhere here energy is 0, somewhere in the middle energy is 0, and as you move up and as you go down, there is some change in energy, right? So what is that change in energy? It is given by this formula, which is 0.4 minus 0.4 n T2G. N means what? Number of electrons in the T2G, the lower orbitals, and plus 0.6 and number of electrons in the EG orbital. For example, this is your structure. This is your structure. For example, in your T2G orbital, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 electrons, and EG there are 2 electrons. Correct? So what will happen? Here I will write minus 0.4 into 6 and here I will write into 2. So this is how you will calculate the crystal field splitting energy using this basic formula, and every year questions on this formula are asked, so you can see how important this question is. Correct? Are you guys understanding? So whatever doubts you have, you can always ask me. This class is specifically to take your doubts and to also let you know what are the easiest most questions asked every year. So pay attention to each and everything. Correct? Everybody can solve this question now. This is the correct answer of this question. You all can go home and recheck by doing the calculations. Okay, now we will move forward to the next kind of questions. The next question, which is very popular, which is almost every year asked, is from isomerism. So from the coordination chemistry, we began with the denticity, then we did the IUPAC naming, and then what we did? After that, we did the splitting, crystal field splitting, and then we saw the splitting energy and also the strong field ligands, weak field ligands. The next important thing is what? Is the isomerism. Correct? Now who will answer this question? I am looking at the chat box. A answer, correct. Somebody solved it in 2 seconds. Wow, proud of you. 3. Nidhi has answered 3. Vinay Patola has answered B. Okay, I'm getting mixed answers here right now. So what? Can anybody tell me? Forget the question. Can anybody, who can tell me the coordination number of this complex? This is a coordination compound, right? So what is its coordination number? What is the coordination number of this compound? Who can tell me? Who can tell me? B, A, I'm getting mixed answers. Answer, what is the coordination number? I'm not asking you the answer, I'm asking you what is the coordination number of this compound. 4. Somebody has written 4. Is the coordination number 4? Everybody is writing 4. Correct. The coordination number is 4. Very good. Why? Because En is your bidentate ligand. Correct. Everybody correct. Right? So now how many isomers will this compound have? Can you see here? There is a ligand called NO2. Right? And NO2 is infamous for being a what? NO2 is a ambidentate ligand. Ambidentate ligand. Which means what? It can donate electrons from its nitrogen as well as it can donate electrons from oxygen. Correct? So this is an ambidentate ligand. So because of this, what happens? What happens to the isomerism? It actually shows these 3 kinds of isomers. Can you see? I know everybody would have thought of like this one, but you haven't thought of this one isomer, right? So 3 isomers are possible because see in here the donating ligand is what? Nitrogen in both cases. Here the donating ligand is nitrogen here and oxygen here, correct? And here the donating ligand is oxygen in both sides, correct? So this is how you will get 3 kinds of isomers because NO2 is a ambidentate ligand, correct? Any doubt in this question? Any doubt in this question? It is right. Linkage isomerism, somebody has said correct. Ambidentate ligands show what? Linkage isomerism. Now we'll move on to the next question. This is again a very important kind of question asked almost every year. Meridional isomer is actually a favorite kind of isomerism to ask by the examiner, correct? So please pay attention on this. Sometimes he asks what is the angle found in the meridional isomer or in the facial isomer, correct? So this is a very important kind of isomerism. Now can you answer me which of these compounds can show meridional isomerism? Which of these compounds? Yes, Madhulika, you are correct. A answer, somebody has given A answer. A. Okay, so many students. Correct. See, the answer is A. What kind of isomers actually show meridional facial isomers? When they are Ma3Be3 type. Ma3Be3 type isomers show this kind of isomerism, meridional and facial. Okay, meridional means what? When the isomers, when the similar kind of ligands are attached, 2 are on the opposite end and one of them are at this position, correct? And facial isomer is shown when 2 of them are here and the other one is here. I mean they're making a face, they're facing in the same facial direction, correct? And meridional is based like this, correct? Next, periodic properties. Again, the most weightage chapter was coordination chemistry and next comes your periodic properties. Again, the highest weightage chapter, correct? Now let's do questions, some questions from this chapter. The IUPAC nomenclature of the element with electron configuration this. So the most frequently asked question is based on this. The isomerism of Z is more than 100. When the atomic number is when the atomic number is more than 100, then what will be the IUPAC name of that compound? This kind of questions are very popular, correct? Asked almost every year. Four answers, somebody has given D. Somebody has given D, Nidhi has given B answer. So what will be the IUPAC name of this compound? So first of all, you have to figure out what is the atomic number of this compound. Can anybody tell me the atomic number of this compound? Radon 5F14, 6D1, 7S2. What is the atomic number of this compound? I'm getting mixed answers. BD. What is the atomic number? Atomic number 100 and how much? 100 and how much? Nobody is answering my question. What is the atomic number, bacha? What is the atomic number? 86. Somebody has written no. 103. Correct. I've received one correct answer. The atomic number of this compound is 103. Okay. And now for the 103, how you will write? For 103, how you will write the name, IUPAC name? For 1, we write what? For 1, we write un. For 0, we write nil. And for 3, we write tri. And we always end it in a yum. So the IUPAC name will be un, nil, tri, yum. Un for 1, 0, nil, 3, try, and we always end it in a yum. So this is how you're going to give the IUPAC name to this. Okay? Correct. Correct. So this is a table which you will get in your notes. Every element's IUPAC name is given where Z is more than 100. So this is how you name, and also their official IUPAC name. Bacha, actually keep it in mind that sometimes, I mean many a times, what is asked, like what is the actual name, IUPAC official name of the compound 101, right? So they will not ask you to name this name, but they will ask you to give this name, like this name which you have already named after some people or places, correct? So this naming is also very important. Next, we are going to the next series of questions. What is actually asked? The next kind of question is the correct increasing order of the ionic radius. In periodic table, ionic radius, electronegativity, metallic character, ionization energy, all these topics are very important and questions are asked every year on this kind of questions, correct? Beta, how somebody is asking how to guess the atomic number. So for that you need to know the atomic number of all the noble gases first, correct? If you know the atomic number, for example here, if you know the atomic number of radon, then what you have to do, you just have to add plus 14, plus 1 and plus 2, and that's how you will get 103 as the answer, correct? So you just need to know the atomic number of the noble gases and you will accurately guess the atomic number of whatever compound is asked, correct? So this is the trick. Now let's move on to this question. Who is going to answer this question? Beta, maths is already done. Maths and physics are done, bacha. Maths and physics are done. A answer, somebody has given A answer. Yes, Madhulika, you are correct. You are correct, you are correct. Okay, so ionic radius, how the ionic radius increases. So as the negative charge increases, the size also increases. Always remember this thing. So as, for example, here, Ca2 plus has the most positive charge in the entire series. Okay, this is the most positive charge that I can come across. So as the positive charge increases, the size decreases. But as the negative charge increases, the size increases. Always remember this funda, okay? So because here it is the most positive, so it will be the most smallest thing, and then it will be potassium plus, and then Cl minus, and then H2 minus, and nobody gave me this answer. The answer is actually C. Nobody gave me this answer. Yes. Yes, now people are giving the right answer. Nobody gave me this answer. Beta, maths and physics are already done. You are a bit late. You can always go back and see the live again. So once this live ends, bacha, then you will be able to see all the topics which were discussed, physics and maths and chemistry. Correct? All together. All together. Now this is the answer. Does everybody get the concept? As the positive charge increases, size decreases, but as the negative charge increases, the size increases. Correct? Now let's move on to the next question. Here you have to tell the order of the ionization enthalpy. Ionization enthalpy, what will be the order? What will be the order of the ionization enthalpy? I am looking at the chat box. C. Somebody's answer. Vinay has given A. Madhulika C. Dharani B. Okay, I am receiving mixed answers. So what happens to the ionization enthalpy? So in the periodic table, when you move from this side to this side, I mean from S block to P block, as you move, ionization, what happens to the ionization energy? Ionization energy actually increases. Correct? Ionization energy actually increases. Why? Because as I'm moving from S block to P block, what is happening? The size is decreasing. Size is decreasing means what? That the electrons are much more closer to the nucleus, right? So it's very difficult to take out the electron. Ionization energy means what? The amount of energy required to take out the electron from the outermost shell, correct? So along a period, as I am moving from S block to P block, the ionization energy actually increases, correct? So now tell me the order. Okay, so the actual order will be what? The actual order will be, let's see the answer, it is actually D. The answer is D. And why? Why is the answer D? Can you see there is some exception here? The exception is in oxygen and nitrogen. Can you see, even though oxygen is what? Oxygen is group 16 and nitrogen is group 15. And still group 15's what? Ionization energy is more than group 16's ionization energy. And why is that the case? Because group 15, nitrogen, what is the electronic configuration of nitrogen? It is ns2np3, correct? Which means what? It means the s orbital has 2 electrons and the p orbital has 3 electrons. It means what? That the p orbital is half filled and the s orbital is fully filled. It means what? That the nitrogen here is more stable, isn't it? The configuration of nitrogen is such that because due to the half filled p orbital, it gains extra stability. Hence its what? Ionization energy even increases further. Increases even further. Correct? Does anybody has any doubt here? Yes, we will do that, bacha. We will do that. What is beryllium now? Beryllium, okay. Yes, there's again another exception. You are very right. There's another exception between boron and beryllium. Why? Because what is the configuration of boron? Boron's configuration is ns2np1, whereas beryllium's configuration is ns2. Correct? Here what happens is the electron in case of boron has to be removed from the p orbital, right? From the p subshell, which is easier rather than to remove electron from a stable ns2 fully filled orbital, right? From a fully filled stable configuration of s block, difficult to remove the electron, but from the p orbital it is easy to remove the electron. Anybody has any doubt in this section? Anybody has any doubt? Correct? Thank you. Okay, everybody understood? Now let's move on to the next thing. Next, see, we are doing every order here. We have already done radius, ionization energy. The next is the electron gain enthalpy. These are very important orders asked every year in some or the other way. The correct order of electron gain enthalpy, which means what? When the electron enters the orbital, right? So which element has the most negative electron gain enthalpy? So what will be the answer to this question? D, somebody has answered. Rajita has said C, and D, D, C, A. I'm getting mixed answers again. Why? So all of these, oxygen, sulfur, selenium and tellurium belongs to what? Belongs to group 16, correct? All the elements are from one group. And what happens in one group? As I am moving down the group, what is happening? As I am moving down the group, the size is increasing, right? The size is increasing as I am moving down the group. Now electron gain enthalpy means what? Electron gain enthalpy means which can take the electron inside it easily, right? So which is the shell which is closer to the nucleus, right? So here what is happening in case of oxygen? This is oxygen, sulfur, selenium and this is tellurium. Okay. Now what I am doing, I am giving it one electron and I am giving this one electron, I am giving this one electron, right? So when I'm giving, so what should happen here? So as I'm moving down the group, electron gain enthalpy. What happens to electron gain enthalpy? It actually decreases. Correct? So here, sulfur has the highest electron gain enthalpy. Here, this will be the answer. This will be the answer. Oxygen, sulfur, selenium, tellurium. So what is happening? Sulfur has the highest, then oxygen, then selenium, and then tellurium. And why is this happening? Why is this happening? Because bacha, oxygen is a very small element, correct? Oxygen has a very small atom, so when another electron tries to enter it, it actually gains what? It actually experiences a lot of repulsion, right? A lot of repulsion happens in this case, and therefore it doesn't want to take another electron because it is already so small, right? So therefore sulfur has the highest electron gain enthalpy, then comes oxygen, then selenium, and then tellurium. Anybody has any doubt in this question? Yes, due to small size of oxygen, correct? Anybody has any doubt in this question? So as we move down the group, the electron gain enthalpy actually decreases because the size increases, right? But oxygen here is an exception because oxygen has small size. Due to small size, it experiences a lot of repulsion and therefore another electron cannot enter here, correct? Okay, very good. Now we'll move on to the next question. Next question is what? Yes, very important question asked every year. Here it is asked, what will be the nature of the oxides? Nature of the following oxides, correct? Every year these questions are asked. So I will give you a very easy funda. How to know which oxide will be acidic or amphoteric or basic, right? So all the metal oxides, okay, all the metal oxides are always basic. Always remember, correct? And all the non-metal oxides are always acidic, correct? This is the general funda. General funda is what? Metal hoga, metal ki oxides are always basic and non-metal ki oxides are always acidic, correct? And what is going on here, bacha? But if in the case of metal oxide, the oxidation number of metal increases. For example, metal's oxidation number is 7. For example, Mn2O7, correct? Here the oxidation number of manganese is +7. So this oxide will be what? Acidic, because the manganese is in higher oxidation state, even though manganese is a metal. So what next thing you have to keep in mind, as the oxidation number increases, acidic character of the oxide also increases, correct? So now tell me the answer to this question. What will be the answer? What will be the answer? Answer, people are saying D, but the actual answer is bacha B. B is the right answer. Why? Cl2O7. Cl is what? A non-metal. This oxide will be acidic, correct? Na2O. Na2O is what? Sodium is a metal. Metal oxide is always basic. This is a basic oxide, correct? Al2O3. Al2O3 oxide is what? It is amphoteric. Amphoteric oxide, correct? And N2O. N2O oxide is bacha neutral oxide. Always remember this. N2O, CO, carbon monoxide. All these oxides are what? Neutral oxide. So next thing which you have to keep in mind is to look at the nature of all the oxides. So whatever I'm teaching here, these are all just should be hints for you, like what all are the topics that I should be focusing on, correct? So in the periodic properties, we've seen that all the trends are important, as well as what else is important? The nature of the oxides, correct? Now let's move on to the next question. What should I tell for amphoteric, bacha? Amphoteric oxides are those oxides which react with both acid and bases. Correct? Because aluminium here, even though aluminium is a metal, right? But it is less metallic than your S block elements. Correct? Aluminium is less metallic than your S block elements, and therefore aluminium's oxides are actually amphoteric. Even zinc oxides are amphoteric, right? So you have to just keep in mind. Correct? Now let's move on to the, okay, let us see this, a very important trends in periodic table. So as I am moving from S block to P block, electron affinity is increasing. Next thing is what? Ionization energy is increasing, but the atomic radius is decreasing, right? And as I am moving down the group, because when I am moving down the group, number of shells increases, so atomic radius is increasing. Next thing, because the number of shells are increasing, so ionization energy will definitely decrease, and also electron affinity will also definitely decrease. Correct? Because who can attract electron? Only nucleus. And if the last shell is very far away from the nucleus and the size is too big, so it cannot attract another electron. Correct? So this is the order, and the order of the metallic character is what? As I am moving from here to here, non-metallic character increases, and when I am moving slant diagonally downwards, the metallic character increases. Anybody has any doubt? This is the most important trends table. Okay? Somebody is asking how to recognize amphoteric. You have to look at the examples. You cannot just look at them and recognize. Whatever I have told you, these are the basic funda. Basic funda, if you, some kind of metal is given which you have never seen. Correct? Basic funda means what? All the metal oxides will be basic and non-metal will mostly be acidic. But there are some exceptions of amphoteric oxides, neutral oxides, which you have to know. Correct? Next, let's move on to the next question. P block. Now we have entered the P block. P block, the most important 13th group question. 13th group question is the Lewis acid character of boron trihalides follow the order. Follow what order? Boron trihalides. Lewis acid character means what? Lewis acidity is what? For example, BCl3. This is a halide of boron. Correct? In this halide, can you tell me how many electrons does boron have? Boron have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 electrons. Can everybody see that? Boron has a total of 6 electrons. Which means what? It means its octet is not complete. Its octet is not complete. So therefore, it can accept electrons. And therefore, it acts as a what? Lewis acid. Correct? Because its octet is not complete. There are no 8 electrons in it. So it can take 2 more electrons. Therefore, the ability to accept electrons is called what? The Lewis acidity of that thing. So what will be the order? Can anybody tell me? Can anybody tell me? C answer. Everybody is giving C answer. Which is the wrong answer. The wrong answer. The wrong answer. Here what happens, bacha? What happens here? This is actually the Lewis acidic trend. Why? Why is that case? This is a very important question from your 13th group. Why that happens? Because, for example, boron and fluorine. If I make a compound of boron and fluorine like this, BF3, right? If I'm making a compound of boron and fluorine and I'm making BF3, what is happening? Because boron is smaller atom and also your fluorine is also a little atom, correct? Boron is a little atom and fluorine is a little atom. Therefore, what happens in this case? Boron only has p orbitals and even fluorine only has p orbitals. Both of them do not have. In both of them, there are no d orbitals. Do you know? In both of them, in boron and fluorine, there is absence of d orbitals. There are no d orbitals, and therefore they form strong. They form what? They form strong p pi p-pi back bonding. They form a strong p-pi back bonding, bacha. And why that happens? Because boron and fluorine both only have p orbitals in them. So what happens is, because fluorine has too many electrons, right? Fluorine has 7 electrons in its outermost shell. So what it does, it actually donates the electron to the boron. And because it is able to donate the electron to the boron's Lewis acid character, because now it has already received more electrons from fluorine. So therefore its Lewis acid character actually decreases. Correct? So due to p-pi back bonding, what happens? BF3 is the least Lewis acid, and then BCl3, then BBr3, and Bi3 is the most Lewis acid character, shows the most Lewis acid character. Does everybody understand that? I've already explained it. Now do everybody get this explanation? Bacha, even if you have a little doubt, you can ask me. I will solve your doubt. Even if you have any doubt, please ask me. I'm looking at the chat box. Everybody understood? Everybody understood? Okay, let's move forward. So due to p-pi back bonding, what happens is Bi3 is the most Lewis, shows the most Lewis acidic character, and BF3 shows the least Lewis acid character. Now answer this question. In the group 13 elements, the +1 oxidation state is most stable for what? What will be the order of the stability of +1 oxidation state? What will be the crystal clear, Madhulika? Okay, cool. I've received the answer A. So what happens? This is group number what? This is group 13 elements, correct? Group 13 elements start from boron, aluminium, gallium, indium, and thallium, right? This is the group 13 elements. And what happens, bacha, in group 13? As I am moving down the group, in any group, from group 13 to group 17, what happens? As you are moving down the group, the stability of lower oxidation state increases, and the state, due to what? Due to inert pair effect. Due to inert pair effect, right? And why that happens? As I am moving down the group, what is happening? In gallium, first time d orbitals are coming, and in thallium, first time F subshell is coming. And what do D and F subshell does, bacha? It does poor shielding, and therefore due to the introduction of D and F subshell, what happens is your S block means what? Your S subshell do not participate in bonding, correct? So what is happening? Your S subshell is not participating in bonding. So for example, in the 13th group, the electronic configuration is NS2 NP1, correct? So the maximum oxidation state it can show is all the 3 electrons if it goes away from here. So +3 oxidation state is the maximum oxidation state that your group 13 can show. But what happens as we move down the group? NS2 NP1 is again the configuration. As I'm moving down the group, this S subshell do not participate in bonding, and therefore only +1 oxidation state becomes stable. So as you go down the group, answer is A, +1 oxidation state stability increases. Everybody understood? Everybody understood? Okay, bacha. Next, let's move on to the next. I'm also looking at the chat, and if you have any questions, any queries, please ask me. All those students who are studying, now give me the answer to this question. Next important type of question is the oxides of nitrogen, right? You have to remember the structures of all the oxides of nitrogen, of all the oxides of sulfur, of all the oxides of phosphorus, right? These are important things that are asked in your P block elements, correct? So now the number of compounds having n single bond n bonds are what? So for this you need to know the structures of all the nitrogen oxides which is given here, and if you don't know the structure you won't be able to tell the answer, correct? Now let's move on to the next type of question. The next type of question is the oxide which contains odd electron at the nitrogen atom is. Which oxide has odd electron? Again, important kind of question. Important kind of question. C, somebody is answering C. N2O3 is, what is the answer to this question? B, NO2. Very good. Very good, Naveen. Very good, Sanjay has answered C. No, the correct answer is NO2. There are actually two oxides of nitrogen which have an odd electron species. Number first is NO2. Why? The structure of NO2 bacha is like this. This is N, this is O, and this is double bond O, and here it will be one odd electron. This is the odd electron species of NO2, and the next odd electron species of NO, correct? In even NO, there is just what? There is one electron here. Odd electron species. Next one is just nitrogen oxide. Correct? Now let's move on to the next question. Next question is bacha this one. Which oxo acid of phosphorus has the highest number of oxygen atoms present in its chemical formula? Can anybody answer this question? This is a very interesting question. Maximum number of oxygen atoms present in its chemical formula. Who can answer this question? I am looking at the chat box, bacha. Please give me the answer. The first answer I have received is D. Fry Sanjay. Pyrophosphate. Very good. Sanjay is giving back-to-back correct answer. Very good, Sanjay. Then Shaikh Majboor. Then Harsh, Nikesh. Then Bhagwadhari. Okay. Okay, everybody has answered D. Very good. So pyrophosphoric acid actually has the highest number of oxygen atoms. And how you will know that? When you know the structure of all the oxo acids of phosphorus, and these are the structures, you will get it in your PDF on the Telegram channel, which is linked in the description box below. Go and see it. Okay. And now let's move on to the next part, which is the group 16. Again, the major important part from group 16 is again, bacha, what? Oxo acids of sulfur. So now here it is asked, in which sulfur atom the S is in two different oxidation state? In which oxo acid of sulfur? Who is going to answer this question? Bacha, I cannot. Somebody is saying, ma'am, this is deleted. Bacha, I also checked the syllabus. This might be asked because you in your mention in your syllabus it is mentioned that the reaction with oxygen and the reaction with hydrogen, all these things are coming. All the reactions are coming, and the reaction with halides are also coming. Correct? This is mentioned in your syllabus, and if you look into the oxo acids of sulfur or phosphorus, what all atoms are present? Sulfur, oxygen, and hydrogen. And the reaction with all these three are actually coming in your JEE mains exam. So we cannot be sure if it is entirely eliminated till we actually see the question paper. Correct? So here what will happen? What will be the answer? The answer is actually H2S2O3. Okay, so here the sulfur is in two different oxidation state. Here the sulfur is in +6 oxidation state. The next sulfur is in -2. And how you'll come to know it is -2? Can you see? Here the sulfur is forming two bonds with the another sulfur, right? So hence it actually gains some -2 charge. This is what a funda to remember the oxidation state. For example, here sulfur is forming how many bonds? Here sulfur is forming 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bonds. Correct? 6 bonds is forming, so therefore it has a +6 charge. This is just the funda, not the entire exact correct way of knowing the oxidation number, but this works when you are talking about the oxidation number of oxides of sulfur. This funda actually works in majority of the cases. Correct? Now moving to the next part. So these are all the oxo acids of sulfur which you should know. Now we are moving on to the DNF block. Again, very important chapter. So these three inorganic chapter, coordination chemistry, periodic table, P block and DNF block, very, very important. Now the most important set of questions from the D block element is this, which is asked almost every year in some or the other format. So manganese exhibits a +7 oxidation state. Ruthenium and osmium exhibit +8 oxidation state. Scandium shows +4 oxidation state. Chromium shows +6 oxidation state. Which is the correct answer? Which is the correct answer to this question? First answer I have gotten is D. D from Vinay Patola. Very good aspirant. G1S Sat. Vishwa. Correct. Sahi. Everybody is giving D answer, which is the correct answer. All these statements are correct except your third statement is not correct. Why is third statement? Because scandium only shows +3 oxidation state. It does not show any other oxidation state. Remember one thing, all the D block elements, correct? All the D block elements show variable oxidation states except scandium, correct? Except scandium, every other transition metal shows variable oxidation states. Now we are moving on to the next question. Next question is this. Again, the another good variety of questions are asked are from two compounds of D block, KMNO4 and K2Cr2O7. So all the reactions of these two compounds are given in your NCERT. All those reactions are very important, and the structure of the chromate, for example manganate, permanganate, chromate, dichromate, all these structures are very, very important. Please look into those structures and answer this question at this moment. Okay, I'm telling you all the important things that you just cannot miss if you want to score 90 percentile in your JEE mains exam. If you are very serious, you are going to study each and everything that I'm going to teach here. I am also coming live. It is 9:30 even for me. Why would I be doing that? Just to help you guys out. Why am I taking such burden? 9:30, I should be home cooking my dinner and eating it, right? But I'm not doing that. Instead, I'm here. So I don't want any ruckus in the chat. Answer it. Okay, somebody has given answer C. Most people are giving answer C here. Sorry, A here. The answer is A and C, correct. And this is the structure of Mn2O7. Look at the structures of everything that is given in your D block and F block elements, especially in D. This structure and also the chromate and the dichromate structures are very, very important. Correct? Let's move on to the next question. What is the spin only? Again, the next type of questions which are important is, what is the spin only magnetic moment value of a divalent metal ion with atomic number 25 in its aqueous solution? In its aqueous solution. Does anybody know how to solve these kind of questions? What is the spin-only magnetic moment value of a divalent metal ion with atomic number 25? So there is a very simple funda. The atomic number is what, bacha? 25. 25 means what? Correct answer D, correct. 25 atomic number means what? In the d orbital there are 5 electrons and 2 electrons in the s orbital. Correct. And now you just have to count the number of, and the formula to calculate the spin only magnetic moment is this, n plus 2, where n is the number of unpaired electrons. Correct. In 3d5 there are 5 unpaired electrons, and hence I have written 5 here. The rest electrons in the s orbital are actually paired, so you don't have to consider them because those are all paired. Only unpaired electrons you have to write here, and then if you calculate the magnetic moment, it comes 5.92. Correct? So again, magnetic moment questions are very important. Next is strong reducing and oxidizing agents among the following respectively are. This is again a very interesting kind of questions. This is from F block. This is asked every year in some or the other format. Does anybody know the answer to this question? Does anyone know the answer to this question? A. I'm getting the answer A, which I don't think is the right answer. Not the right answer. Sanjay is given answer C. C, A. I'm getting mixed answers and none of them are correct. None of them are correct. The correct answer for F block elements, I'm again telling you, these kind of questions are asked every year. And this is from what? This is from your lanthanide series. Which series? Lanthanide series. Always remember in the lanthanides, what all you have to actually focus on lanthanides is number first, the electronic configuration of every element. Correct? This straight away asks you what is the electronic configuration of europium, what is the electronic configuration of curium. They straight away ask you that, literally. The first thing to focus on is electronic configuration, and the next thing you have to focus on is the oxidation number or the oxidation state. So what you have to remember, lanthanides, most common oxidation state is +3. It means they are most stable in +3, but they sometimes also show oxidation number +2 or +4. Correct? They can show +2 and +4, but what they want at the end, ultimately, they want to convert themselves into +3. Always. They do not want to stay in +2 or +4 oxidation state. Correct? So what will happen? If any lanthanoid is in +2 oxidation state, it will want to convert to +3 oxidation state, which means it will lose one electron. Lose one electron means what? It is getting oxidized. Therefore, this will behave as a good reducing agent. Correct? Now for the +4 oxidation state, what will happen? It will again want to convert to +3 oxidation state. So +4 oxidation state in lanthanoids will always behave as a good oxidizing agent. Remember, this funda is very, very important. Question on this simple funda is asked every year. Okay? Everybody got this? See, if you have any doubts regarding whatever I'm teaching, please ask me. Please grill me. I'm here to answer your questions. Because you're sitting here watching me, I'm here to answer your questions. Okay? Shall I move forward? Everybody understood? Everybody understood? I'm moving forward now. Next is chemical bonding. Again, very important chapter. So how I've arranged these sessions is what all things you need to focus on and what all are the highest weightage chapters in your chemistry. Next is chemical bonding. Every year 2-3 questions come always. Correct? Now the first thing from chemical bonding which is important is the Fion's rule. So this question is from Fion's rule and it is asking you the melting point order. What will be the order of melting point? The thing to remember here is the more ionic the compound, higher will be the melting point, correct? And more covalent is the compound, lower will be the melting point. Everybody knows that? Everybody knows that, right? So what will happen? Now we have to look for the ionic character. Ionic character means what? What happens for the ionic character, the condition for covalency or for the ionic character? Okay, first we look at the condition for covalency. What happens in covalency? The smaller the cation and larger the anion, which means the compound will be a covalent compound. Correct? Large anion and small cation will form a covalent compound. Correct? So, if I am about to compare between LiF and LiCl, the ionic compound will be what? In which the anion is small, because cation is fixed. Here the cation is lithium, here the cation is lithium, matlab cation is fixed. But we are changing the anion part. So, the more ionic compound will be what? The smaller the anion, it will be more ionic compound. It means more melting point. High melting point will be of ionic compound. Here what we are doing? Here we are changing both the things. Here we are changing the cation, and here the cation is magnesium, here the cation is sodium, and here the anion is oxygen, here the anion is chlorine. So now how we will be compared? So in this we will compare actually by looking at the charges. Can you see here? Sodium and chlorine. Sodium is in +1 charge, chlorine is in -1 charge. But here the magnesium is in +2 charge and oxygen is in -2 charge. Correct? So what is happening in this case, bacha? Here as the charge increases, ionic character also increases, therefore the melting point increases. Okay, so you have to keep in mind, you have to remember the Fion's rule. Fion's rule says what? Smaller cation and larger anion will form a covalent bond, correct? But if your cation is large and your anion is small, so it will form a ionic bond. Okay, everybody is familiar with this concept? Everybody knows this concept. Now we are moving on to the next question. The next question which is asked is on the electron number. So which will be the odd electron molecule and also has an expanded octet? Which of these following? Which of these following have an expanded octet and an odd electron molecule? Beta, deleted topics are your S block, and in P block all the compounds are deleted, like the compounds of boron, any compound, like compounds of every group are deleted, only the trends and their reactions are coming, reactions with oxygen, water and halides, correct? And surface chemistry is deleted and solid state is deleted, I believe, correct? So these are all the deleted chapters. All of the chapters are coming. D answer. Why are you giving D answer? Expanded octet. Which one has an expanded? BCl3 doesn't have an expanded octet. Nobody has given the right answer to this question. Why, bacha? Why? Why? B. Yes, B answer is the correct answer. See here, NO, I already told you. In NO is a odd electron species and the odd electron is in your nitrogen, correct? And in your H2SO4. So what we have learned about bonding is that any element form bonds to complete its octet, because octet gives you stability, correct? But sometimes what we have observed in certain elements, for example sulfur, it actually can expand its octet. Why it can expand its octet? Because it has the presence of d orbitals, correct? From sulfur onwards, which means from period 3 onwards. From period 3, every element has d block in it, correct? So therefore from period 3, every element can expand its octet. So sulfur here, can you see how many electrons sulfur has here finally? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So here sulfur actually has 12 electrons. So it has an expanded octet. It doesn't have 8. Instead, it has 12 electrons. Okay? Correct. Next question is this. SO2 and H2O both possess a V-shaped structure. The bond angle of SO2 is less than that of H2O. Again, important bond angle questions are asked every year. I will answer one question, and then the rest of the trends you will know by yourself. For example, okay? And bacha, if you have any doubts, any questions, please ask me, okay? Consider me as your teacher. Okay, so I'm receiving no answers as of now. The correct statement is actually the answer B. Why? Yes, both SO2 and H2O have a V-bend structure. Can you see? Here they have a bent structure. Both of them has a bent structure. But the bond angle of SO2 is much more than H2O. Why? Why? Because oxygen is what, bacha? Oxygen is more electron negative element, and therefore here the electron pairs will do what? Cause more repulsion. Electron pair, bond pair repulsion will be more in this case, and therefore H2O angle becomes very small. Correct? But in SO2 what happens? Because sulfur is less electronegative than oxygen, therefore that repulsion is not that much, and therefore this angle is actually a bigger angle. Everybody got this? Now moving to the next part. The next thing that is asked is on the hybridization or the shape of the molecules. For example, how many lone pairs are on the central atom, and how you will know that? If you know the shape of all these compounds. Correct? Shape and hybridization, again important topic from chemical bonding. Can anybody answer this question? Can anybody answer this question? Tell me one thing, are you guys enjoying this session? Are you guys enjoying this? Are you learning? Are you learning new things? Or are you revising? Are you able to revise in this session? Is this session helpful for you guys? A answer, I have received A answer. Okay. A, Sanjay has given A, Vinay Patola B. Sheikh C, ABCD C, Sabarna A. Okay, I've received like multiple answers. The actual answer is actually A. Now let us look at the shape of everything. IF7 actually has no lone pairs. Can you see? IF7 has 0 lone pairs. Correct? ICL4. Can you see ICL4? ICL4 has 2 lone pairs. 2 lone pairs. Correct? And XCF6 have 1 lone pair, and XCF2 has actually 3 lone pairs. The major takeaway from this is that the lone pair of electrons, the lone pair, so whenever you are making a structure of any compound, the lone pairs will occupy the equatorial position. Remember this. Lone pair occupy the equatorial position. See, look at this structure. The lone pairs are actually at the equatorial position. Correct? So, in maximum cases, lone pairs will take the equatorial position. Next. Now, the next question is from hybridization. Very interesting question. In this, it is asked the hybridization of the atomic orbitals of nitrogen in NO2 minus, NO2 plus and NH4 plus respectively are. So, you have to calculate the hybridization. For that, you need to know the structure. What will be the structure of NO2 minus? So, I know that the structure of NO2 minus can be like this. This can be the structure of NO2 minus, and here will be the negative charge. Correct? And now, let us look at the structure of each. Okay, I have not mentioned the structures. So, here I will write it, and then NO2 plus. NO2 plus actually has a structure like this. Correct? And NH4 plus, everybody must be familiar with the NH4 NH4 plus structure. This is a structure of NH4 plus. Okay. Now give me the answer. Everybody should know the structures of these compounds. Now what will be the answer of hybridization? So this nitrogen actually has a lone pair of electrons. Correct? So here the hybridization is what? How many sigma bonds does this have? NO2 minus actually has 2 sigma bonds. Can everybody see? 2 sigma bonds plus 1 lone pair. Correct? So here the hybridization is sp3. Correct? What is the hybridization here? Sorry, sp2. And here the hybridization is sp, and here the hybridization is sp3. Does anybody have any doubt in this question? So how I am calculating the hybridization? For example, in the NO2 minus structure, calculate the number of sigma bonds. It has 2 sigma bonds, and the number of lone pairs, it has 1 lone pair on the nitrogen. So 2 plus 1 is 3. So the hybridization for 3 number is sp2. Correct? For NO2 plus, the number of sigma bonds is just 1 and 2 sigma bonds are there. Therefore, the hybridization is sp. And in NH4 plus, the number of sigma bonds is 4. So, the hybridization is sp3. Remember this very important concept to remember the hybridization. Yes, steric number. This is how I calculate. I find this easier method to calculate. This is also a steric number method. Okay. Now let's move on to the next part. Very important part is the MOT diagram. Everybody is aware with the MOT diagram? Molecular orbital diagram, MO diagram. Correct? So in this it has asked how many electrons are in the highest occupied molecular orbital. So you must know for this the molecular diagrams of both nitrogen and oxygen. Correct? So for the nitrogen or the species with 14 electrons, up to 14 electrons, this molecular diagram is followed. And for 14 electrons and above, more than 14 electrons, this diagram, oxygen diagram is followed. Everybody knows about this, right? So here what happens? Here what is happening? What is the change between the MO diagram of nitrogen and oxygen? In the nitrogen molecular orbital diagram, the pi 2px, pi 2py is below and the sigma 2pz is above this. Correct? But here the reverse happens. Here the reverse happens, sigma 2pz is below and the pi 2px and pi 2py is above. That's it. This is the only difference between these two MOT diagrams. Correct? So you should know these diagrams by heart and the rest of the things are correct. So what happens in the MOT diagram? That as you move from here to here, as I am going upwards, the energy actually increases. Correct? This is the increasing energy order. Increasing energy order. Does anybody have any doubt in this? Okay. So MOT diagram is clear to you guys. Using this diagram and putting electrons here, you can actually get to know how many electrons are in the occupied, highest occupied. For example, in nitrogen, how many electrons are in the highest occupied orbital? This is the highest occupied orbital in your nitrogen, but in your oxygen, the highest occupied orbital is actually this. So any orbital with the pi star, any pi star orbital or the sigma star orbital, correct? The pi star or the sigma star orbital actually represents what? Anti-bonding orbital, correct? So these things you must be familiar with. Without the star, all others are bonding orbitals. The star wale orbital, asterisk orbitals are always anti-bonding orbitals, correct? And this thing is also used to calculate your bond order, correct? For using this diagram, you calculate the bond order, and the formula for bond order is what? It is half number of electrons in bonding minus number of electrons in antibonding. This is the formula for bond order on which several questions are asked each year. Correct? Correct? Now let's move on to the next question. Next question is, according to the molecular orbital theory, the species among which the following that do not exist. The species that do not exist, again an important type of questions asked almost every year. So for the existence of any species, what you have to keep in mind, that the bond order has to be greater than 0. Correct? The bond order cannot be 0. Correct? If bond order is 0, species do not exist. Bond order means what? Bond order means number of bonds formed. If the bond order is 1, number of bonds formed is 1. If the bond order is 2, number of bonds formed is 2. But the bond order can be in decimals also. For example, it can be 2.5, which means it has 2.5 bonds forming. Correct? So this is the meaning of bond order. And so now tell me, which species has a 0 bond order? Again, important kind of question which you need to know. D answer, somebody is saying D, B, B or C. The answer is actually B, bacha, B. Why are you not able to answer this simple question? What is the atomic number of beryllium? What is the atomic number of beryllium? So this is how you calculate. Correct? For beryllium, the atomic number is what? Beryllium atomic number is 4, which means what? Which means 2 electrons will go to the sigma 2s orbital and the next 2 electrons will go to the sigma star 1s orbital. Correct? And again, this is the bonding order, and if you calculate using this formula, the bond order of beryllium will come out to be 0 using this formula. I'm not explaining it again and again because this is supposed to be a mock test. This is supposed to be a mock test. Correct? Now we are starting with the organic chemistry, very, very important part. Let's focus on organic chemistry now. Among the following compounds, the one which shows highest dipole moment, important, all the important things from organic chemistry are mentioned here. If you are attending this class, I promise you your organic chemistry will improve many folds for the exam. So what will be the answer to this question? Two. First answer I've gotten is 2. So okay, I'll explain it. I'll not wait for the answers now. So what is happening for calculating the highest dipole moment? What you have to see actually the compound which shows aromaticity. Okay, the compound which shows the highest aromaticity is actually shows the highest dipole moment. Okay, so in this compound, how will you check the aromaticity? Does everybody know the criteria for aromaticity? To know the criteria of aromaticity, here we are using Huckel's rule. Okay? So whenever you see a compound like this where a double bond is in between, so always get ready. See, these kind of things you will receive too many times in your exam. So please learn the method how to know the aromaticity of these kind of compounds. So what you will do? You will do nothing. You will just break this bond. Break this double bond, and what you will do? You will give one electron here and a positive charge to the next thing. Correct? So what will I do? I will actually give one electron here and positive charge to this thing. For example, here, what I have done, I've given positive charge to this ring and electrons to this ring. Okay? I've transferred the electrons here. So this carbon actually gets the positive charge. Now calculate the aromaticity of both the rings. Here can you see how many electrons does it have? For aromaticity, what is the formula? What is the Huckel rule? Can anybody tell me? I'm looking at the chat box. Thank you. Can Can anybody tell me the Huckel rule? 4n plus 2 pi rule, right? 4n plus 2 pi. This is the rule, correct? So now, because this ring has 2 pi electrons, and how many electrons does this ring have? This ring actually have 6 pi electrons, correct? So both these rings are now aromatic rings. Because both these rings are aromatic rings, hence these will show the highest dipole moment. So how you are calculating the dipole moment? In this question we have learned two things. Number first thing is how to calculate the aromaticity of compounds which are like this. Okay? Now, has everybody understood this? Has everybody understood this? Okay, next thing. Next is another great example is how to know the decreasing order of hydride affinity for following carbocations. So in this, so many carbocations are given to you. Okay, and what you have to tell me? You have to tell me which has the highest hydride affinity, which means which will take up hydrogen atom most quickly, which will take up. Can anybody answer me this question? So to approach this question, what we have to understand, first we have to know which one is the most stable carbocation. So here, looking at these four options, you have to know that the C option, this carbocation is actually the most stable carbocation. Okay, this carbocation is actually most stable. Why? Because this cyclopropyl ring actually gives extra stability to the carbocation due to a process called dancing resonance. Okay, so you have to remember this order. This is the perfect question to have ever asked in your JEE exam. So highest stability of any carbocation, no matter what carbocation they give you, this carbocation always has the highest, most stable carbocation. Then which carbocation comes? One more. Here it is not given in the option. I will let you know the another stable carbocation after this carbocation is actually this cyclohepta carbocation. This carbocation. This carbocation is the second most stable carbocation ever. Correct? So this one is the most stable carbocation, then this one, then next most stable carbocation is actually B. So I am writing down here the stability of carbocations. So most stable carbocation is C, then is your B, then the most stable is D, and then it is your A carbocation. So this is actually the stability order of carbocation. Okay, so people, please students, please remember this thing. Even though this carbocation has not been asked yet in your JEE exam, but it has high probability to be asked in your JEE 2024. Okay, because all other kinds of carbocations have already been asked. So this is the only kind which is remaining. So please remember, if next time the stability of carbocations is asked to you, you will say that this cyclopropyl carbocation is the most stable, then this is cyclohepta carbocation, then comes your this cyclobenzyl, tricyclobenzyl carbocation, tribenzyl carbocation, then comes your tertiary carbocation, and then the least stable is obviously the primary carbocation. So this is the stability order of carbocations. But in the question what is asked, hydride affinity, like which one will actually take a hydride ion to it, right, most easily, most quickly. So which one will be that carbocation which is the most unstable carbocation, right? If I am a carbocation and I am already very stable, why will I accept another hydrogen atom? I am already stable, I don't want any hydrogen atom. So the hydrogen atom will actually go to that carbocation which is unstable. So because A carbocation is the least stable carbocation, so this will accept hydrogen most easily. Does anybody have any doubt in this question? Does anybody have any doubt in this question? double bond, bacha? Which double bond are you asking stability? Just okay. Now, so the answer to this question is actually A. A is the compound which will actually take up hydrogen very, very easily because it is the least stable carbocation. Next, let's move on to the next question. The question is which will undergo deprotonation. Deprotonation means what? Minus H plus ion. Which one will undergo minus H plus ion most readily in basic medium? Which can lose a proton most easily? Correct? So here how you will approach this question. Now for example, look at the A option. The A compound, the hydrogen will be lost from this side. If I take away H plus from here, what I am taking away? H plus. I am taking away H plus. So if I am taking away hydrogen with a positive charge, so here what will remain? A negative charge will remain here. Correct? So this negative charge, actually what happens to this negative charge? It can actually resonate, right? It can actually resonate here, and this double bond will go here, and this negative charge will actually come here, and this double bond will actually come here, right? So this negative charge can actually resonate very easily. So it will definitely, it can easily lose a proton because the negative charge is here stable through resonance. Correct? Now look at the B option. In the B option, what is happening? Again, a hydrogen atom is lost from this place and it will get a negative charge. Now what is happening here? Here oxygens are present. And what does oxygen do? Oxygen is electron rich. If it is electron rich, what it will do? It will actually, this electrons can also participate in resonance. This electrons can also participate in resonance. So what is happening? Due to the participation of the electrons from this oxygen in resonance, this negative charge is less stable. Correct? Because all these oxygen electrons are already participating in resonance, so therefore this negative charge does not get much chance to participate in resonance. It gets limited, right? And here in the C option, again one OMe is present, so again this will participate in resonance, and hence if I again lose a proton from this side, again this will be less stable, right? This will again be less stable negative charge. Correct? So which will undergo deprotonation easily, where the negative charge is most stable, which is your A option only. Does anyone have any doubt in this? Bacha, I will give you all the formulas in the PDF. In the PDF that you will receive in the Telegram channel. Okay, but everybody got this question. Does everybody understand this question? And why nobody asked me ki madam, why are you only taking away hydrogen from this place? Hydrogen from this place, because hydrogen can be present here also. Here though it's only carbon, right? Here because there is only carbon present here, and here only carbon is present here. There is no hydrogen here. Correct? And this hydrogen is present. Why are you not taking away this hydrogen but only this hydrogen? Can anybody answer? Can anybody tell me why I am only taking away this hydrogen and not the other hydrogens? Conjugation, cross conjugation, yes, all your answers are correct, bacha. So what is happening? Because these are what? Double bond O, double bond O groups are what? These are actually electron, what? Electron, these actually decrease the electron density. These are electron withdrawing groups. So these will actually take up electrons to itself, and hence this becomes actually your most acidic hydrogen. Most acidic hydrogen Because this is present in the middle of two electron withdrawing groups, correct? So here two most electron withdrawing groups are present, hence this hydrogen is the most acidic hydrogen. Now let's move on to the next part. Now another important kind of question is, arrange the following in the increasing order of reactivity towards nitration. Nitration means what? Nitration means addition of NO2 plus. NO2 plus, it is what? This is a electrophile. NO2 plus electrophile I have to add, which means the ring should be electron rich, right? This is electron loving. This is an electrophile. It will go to which ring? Which has the most electron density, correct? So the correct order will be this, because the attacking nucleophile is NO2 plus. NO2 plus. Plus means what? This CH3. CH3 is what? Electron donating group. So this will donate most electron to this ring, correct? So this is the most electron rich ring. Now here if you come here, only two electron donating groups are present, so it will give, it is a less electron rich ring than benzene. Bromine is what? This is a deactivating group. What kind of group is bromine? This is a deactivating group, correct? So here it will not allow NO2 plus to attack that easily, and NO2 is a again electron withdrawing group. It is decreasing the electron density. But I want what kind of ring? I actually want electron rich ring, because a plus charge has to attack. A plus charge will attack a negative ring. Negative ring means electron rich ring, and this is the electron rich ring. Everybody got this point? Everybody got this point? Okay. Next. Now the next important question is the acidic strength question. Can everybody see the acidic strength question? Arrange the following in decreasing acidic strength. Decreasing order of acidic strength. Acidic strength means what? Which can easily lose. Which can easily lose H plus ion. है ना? Which that compound which can easily give away H plus is the most acidic ion. We have always, since class 2 we have learned this, right? So which will lose H plus ion most easily? Which means after losing the H plus ions, which one is the most stable ring? Can anybody tell me what approach will I be using here? So what will happen after the H plus ion is taken out? For example, in the case of A, I'm again drawing it here. What will happen once I take out the H plus? Here it will remain O minus, and here NO2 is attached, correct? So what is the function of NO2? NO2 actually shows two kind of effect. Number first effect is which effect? Inductive effect, and it also shows resonance effect. Everybody is aware of that, because NO2 shows electron withdrawing group and also resonance effect. Resonance effect is also shows, correct? So remember one thing, people. I'm telling you a very, very important thing here. So first thing which you have to know is the acidic strength. For acidic strength, any compound that can easily lose H plus will be more acidic. Simple. Now how you will actually see which one is the most acidic? So after losing H plus, the compound that is formed should be most stable, which means in which compound the negative charge is most stable, that will be the most acidic compound. For example, if H plus is taken out from here, if H plus is taken out from this compound, what will be remaining here? This kind of structure will be remaining here, correct? Correct. So now I'm gonna tell you another thing which you have to keep in mind. So whenever any group, any functional group is attached to the para position, is attached to what? Para position. So at para position, it will show both inductive effect as well as resonance effect. But at meta position, it will show only inductive effect. Now that effect can be minus I or plus I depending on the structure. Now let us look at the answer. This is the correct answer to this question. For example, this here is the most acidic group. Why? Because once I remove the H plus from here, the negative charge will come on oxygen. Now I have to balance this negative charge. To balance this negative charge, what I have to do, because NO2 is an electron withdrawing group, so it is actually decreasing the negative density on that ring, correct? To balance this ring, what I have to do? I have to make this ring stable. I have to decrease the negative charge, correct? And because NO2 is an electron withdrawing group and it is also showing minus R effect, this is decreasing the negative charge most in the ring. Now here again, NO2 at the meta position only shows minus I effect, so it will be a little lesser acidic. Then here comes the OCH3 group. So at the meta position, OCH3 group actually shows minus I effect. Why? Because oxygen is an electron negative element, therefore it will attract electrons to itself, correct? So it is electron withdrawing group here. But here OCH3 at the para position, what it is doing? It is showing plus R effect. Can you see? Plus R effect means what? It is actually increasing the resonance in the ring, not decreasing. Increasing the resonance in the ring. Therefore, this will be the order of the acidic strength. Everybody got this part? Because OCH3 shows plus R effect, whereas NO2 shows minus R effect. And we need minus R to decrease the electron density. Everybody got this point? And the main thing is, R effect is only shown at the para position. Okay? Now next question is here. This is again a very interesting question. Which of the following carbocations is the most stable? Most stable. Very easy question. In this, what you have to see? They are given too many carbocations to you. So that carbocation which has the highest resonance. Can you see in the D option? I can see there is highest resonance. For example, this carbocation can move here. Then this double bond can move here. Then this double bond can move here. And then electrons will come over here. So this can show the highest resonating structures. More the resonating structures, more will be what? More the resonating structures, more stable will be the carbocation. Okay? Now next is this. Which compound will show a significant intermolecular, दो molecule, between two molecules hydrogen bonding? Which compound will show significant intermolecular? Intermolecular means between two molecules, correct? So here in the A option, because OH here is present, so this will show a very good hydrogen bonding within itself. So this is showing actually intramolecular, not inter. Within one molecule is called intra. So this is showing intramolecular hydrogen bonding. While in the B structure, can you see here nitrogen is also present and here oxygen is also present, correct? So both OH and NH both can show intermolecular hydrogen bonding with other molecule. For example, if I write another molecule here, another same molecule, correct? So this can show intermolecular hydrogen bonding. Yeah, NH, and this again will show intermolecular hydrogen bonding like this. So here between two molecules hydrogen bonding can be present. But in here, as you can see, there are too many what are present? Too many branches are present here, right? Too many alkyl groups are present here, which are causing what? Steric hindrance. So due to steric hindrance, H bonding is not possible in this compound because there are too many alkyl groups which are causing steric hindrance, correct? Now let's move on to the next question. Now the correct order of stability of the given carbocation is, what is the correct order of stability? So again, this is a carbocation question, very interesting question. As you can see, this is a benzylic carbocation, so this has to be the most stable. So A is the most stable carbocation. Okay. Now next, can you check all these carbocations? Here, the positive charge is actually on a sp2 carbocation. Correct? Here the positive charge is on a sp3 carbocation. Here the positive charge is on a sp carbocation. Correct? Anybody has any doubt? This is a sp hybridized, this is sp3, this is sp2 carbon. Correct? Now what is happening? Now because the sp hybridization is known as the most electronegative hybridization. Correct? sp hybridization is known as the most electronegative hybridization, which means what? Which means here, I mean to say, if a positive charge is on oxygen atom, okay, understand this using this example. If a positive charge is on oxygen atom, because oxygen is highly electronegative, so therefore this positive charge is not stable, correct? Because oxygen is more electronegative element, it can only take negative charge and become stable and not positive charge. So consider similar fashion in this hybridization, because the sp hybridization is the most electronegative carbon. So therefore the positive charge will not be stable on it. Just like how the positive charge is not stable on oxygen. Therefore the actual order will be A is more stable carbocation, then is your C, then is your B, and then is your D. Does anybody have any doubt in this order? Does anyone has any doubt? Okay. Let's move forward. Let's move to this. This question is again very important. This is known as what, bacha? This is known as hydride shift. Hydride, okay? 1-2 hydride shift will happen in this question. Very important questions again. So whenever you are asked, these kind of questions are asked every year. In this, what they're trying to do, they're trying to attack a H plus on an alcohol. So here what will happen, because this is H plus will be taken up by what? H plus will be taken up by oxygen. This oxygen will actually take up the H plus cation. And what it will happen, I will show you the steps directly and we will follow from there. So what is happening, this OH is actually taking up this H plus cation, right? And it is becoming OH2 plus. Because OH2 plus is very unstable, so this actually goes away and the positive charge comes here. Now what happens is, now can you see here, this is a 4-membered ring. Now this 4-membered ring can convert into a 5-membered ring, correct? So when this 4-membered ring, this bond will break and it will attach to this position and the positive charge will move to the opposite direction. For example, this positive charge will actually move here. So this 4-membered ring actually becomes a 5-membered ring and the positive charge moves here, correct? Now what will happen? 1-2 hydride shift will happen. Why? Because this carbocation is actually a what kind of carbocation? This is a secondary carbocation. But if it moves here, if this positive charge moves here, this becomes a tertiary carbocation which is more stable. So therefore 1-2 hydride shift happens and it becomes a tertiary carbocation. Now because this is again both are 5-membered rings, they can convert into 6-membered ring. Always remember 5 and 6-membered rings are more stable, and if any ring can convert into 5 or 6-membered rings, they will always do that. Correct? So now this 5-membered ring will try to convert into 6-membered ring. So now this bond will break and it will join this positive charge. Okay? Look at this mechanism very carefully, because same question will not be asked, but similar type on the similar thing or the similar concept will be asked. Every year it is asked. This is a very important concept. 1-2 hydride shift concept and 1-2 methyl shift concept are very important concepts, correct? Now this bond will break and it will join this carbocation and the positive charge actually moves to the opposite side, correct? Now again because there is a positive charge here, this is a 5-membered ring, this again can convert into 6-membered ring. So this will again break and it will actually form a, so this kind of compound where two rings are attached through one carbon. Can you see? Here a 5-membered ring and a 6-membered ring are attached through just one carbon are called spiro compounds. What are they called? Spiro compounds. But if the 2-membered rings are actually attached through 2 carbons, can you see one carbon here, this other carbon is here. So this type of compounds are called bicyclo compounds. What are they called? Bicyclo compounds. Correct? Anybody has any doubt in this? So now this 6-membered ring, now it will not become 7-membered ring. 6-membered ring is where it takes the rest. So now it has become a bicyclo compound, and because in your question heat is given, therefore this hydrogen will go away and a double bond will form here and the alkene is formed. But if your heat was not given, you will not form an alkene. An alkene is only formed when you have heated the compound. Correct? Only then a double bond is formed. Does anyone have any doubt in this mechanism? This is a very, very important mechanism. Correct? Now let's move on to the next question. Again this is from Clemmensen reduction reactions. Bacha, I am actually telling you all the important things, all the very, very important things. Correct? So in this Clemmensen's reduction, what all? Zinc amalgam and HCl reduces what all groups? So this reagent actually reduces your aldehyde group to your alkyl group, aldehyde group to CH3, and your OH group, it reduces OH group to what? It actually reduces OH group to alkene. Remember that. It reduces OH group to alkene. Very, very important reaction. This reagent reduces the aldehyde or the ketone group to your CH3 group, but your OH group to alkene. This is the reaction that goes on. See, aldehyde group is actually converted to CH3 group, alkyl group, but your OH group, what happens to that? It gets converted into alkene. It means dehydration happens. Dehydration means what? OH is lost from here and H is lost from here. Correct? A more stable alkene is formed through this reaction. Reagents are very, very important. Understand the function of each and every reagent. Next is, again, this is, I'll give you a homework. You have to practice. See, I told you. This is again what you are doing. You are adding a H plus ion there, right? You are adding a H plus ion. What we will do again, what we've already done in the 1,2 hydride shift reaction, in which we have actually done ring expansion. In this question also the same thing is going to happen. The H plus will attack here, so this will become OH2 plus and this will get removed. So the plus sign will come here and there, and then here what will happen? Methyl shift will happen here. Okay, so you have to do this question as a homework. Very, very important question. Correct? Now let's move forward. Next, let's move forward. How you will approach this kind of question. Here it is given aniline. When aniline is treated with sodium nitrite, then A product is formed, and then when you react it with N and dimethyl aniline, B product is formed. So again, this question is from your amines chapter. Okay? This chapter is very important from your JEE mains perspective. Every year question comes. Easy reactions. This chapter has really easy reactions, so you don't have to worry about it that much. So what NaNO2 does is actually it converts aniline into N2 plus ions. Correct? It converts aniline into N2 plus ion, and then diazo coupling happens with this reagent. Diazo coupling happens, and this kind of product is formed. This is called the azo dye product. What it is called? Azo dye, and each azo dye has a certain color. It is either orange or yellow, which you have to read. So these reactions are very, very important. Next reaction is again decreasing order of reactivity towards electrophile substitution. Electrophile, which means what? Ring should be what? Electron rich or electron deficient? Some electrophile is approaching. Electrophile means what? Some positive charge is approaching. Correct? So for a positive charge to approach, the ring should be rich in electrons. Correct? If the ring is rich in electrons, the positive charge will attack more better way. है ना? This will happen, right? So the next thing, so in which do you think the electron density is actually increasing on the ring? Okay? So can you see here? Here the electron density is actually most on the ring because NMeMe actually shows the plus M effect. Correct? Next is OCH3. This again shows the plus M effect. Then your CH3 methyl group. This shows the hyperconjugation plus H effect. Then your benzene. And then your CF3. CF3 actually shows the inductive minus I effect, which is actually taking away the electrons. So here nitrogen. What nitrogen does, bacha? Now when you have to compare between nitrogen and oxygen, which will give its electron more easily? Which will give its more electron more easily, bacha? Because nitrogen is a bigger in size. Nitrogen is less electron negative than oxygen, right? Between nitrogen and oxygen, if I have to compare which element will actually give the electrons more easily, right? Here nitrogen is giving its electrons here, here oxygen is giving its electrons here. But which one will give its electron more easily? How you will calculate that, bacha? In what manner will you calculate that? So because nitrogen is less electronegative than oxygen, है ना? So therefore it will not hold its electron very dearly to itself. But oxygen actually holds its electron very dearly. Oxygen will not let its electron go away easily. But nitrogen is like, okay, go. Nitrogen is like, okay, you are electron, you can go away. But oxygen is like, no, I will not let you go away. So therefore, nitrogen has more tendency to give away its electron than oxygen. Therefore, this order is followed. And then the carbon, and then simple benzene, and then because this is taking away electrons, so this will be the least electrophilic reaction. Does anyone have any doubt in this? Okay, I think we have done enough questions for today. This is the question which I am going to give you as homework question, bacha. Okay, I think we have done enough questions for today. And this is a homework question. You have to tell me LiAlH4, which is lithium aluminum hydride, is a what? It is a very good reducing agent. Correct? It is a very strong reducing agent. So which all functional group does it reduce? Correct? And reduces it to what? So you have to actually tell me the answer in the comment section. I will be looking at the comment section, and please take these questions very seriously. We have discussed entire inorganic chemistry, most of the organic chemistry which are the easier part of organic chemistry. I've told you in organic chemistry what are the more important topics: the acidic strength order, the carbocation order, the aromaticity order, and what else did we discuss? Electrophilicity order, how you will actually increase the electron density, decrease the electron density. We have discussed ring expansion. We have discussed the importance of agents like the reducing agents, right? Clemmensen reduction we have discussed. We have discussed LiAlH4 is here, and what all groups does it reduce. So this is also your homework, and these are actually a tips and tricks which we can actually teach you on this channel. Rest is up to you. These are the important topics which you just cannot afford to miss, right? Like all the reagents, what do they reduce? How to calculate the acidic strength order, basic strength order, all these things which are basic chemistry you should know, which are on the easier side of chemistry, doesn't require much of the efforts. Whatever I've taught you in this class is enough. You don't have to look. If you want to score 90 percentile, this much is enough. And for the physical chemistry part, you will be getting the formula sheet on the Telegram channel, correct? I will be uploading all the formula sheet on the Telegram channel. You can go over there and check over there. And if you have any other doubts regarding anything, you can always ask me even right now or the next session whenever it happens, correct? Beta, I can continue the session for the entire night because chemistry is not like physics or it's not like maths. It is the subject which actually has different approaches to all the three kinds of chemistry. I cannot complete the entire chemistry in like 1.5 hours, correct? But this is the time schedule which we have. So I have discussed most of the questions. If you want to learn more from me, you can always comment down below, not in the chat box. If you comment down below, bacha, then only people will come to know that you want more questions and you want to do more questions with me or with someone else, with Nabamita ma'am. You can always, please, always, whatever is your demand, you should always put your demand in the comment section, not in the chat box, because chat box will disappear after this is over tomorrow. ठीक है? So we will continue, or Nababita ma'am will continue the class tomorrow. And if you want more sessions with me, and please write down the feedback below, how, if you liked the session, if you didn't like the session, what you liked, what you didn't like, you can always tell me. You can always let everybody know. Okay, Shreyas sir has already taken the session. I want to take your leave now. And thank you for attending my class. And successfully completed 5 hours, correct? It has been too long even for you guys, but I've given you a basic idea of how you need to go about for your chemistry paper. I think that will do enough for you guys. Okay, thank you so much. I hope you learned a lot from me, and I will take a leave now. Bye-bye. Bye guys.